So sorry. Ah. I'm not gonna lie. I totally forgot that I had started my stream. I went out to go get some cigarettes and some milk. I just realized I'm gonna put my mascara on when I'm talking to you guys. Yeah, I am sorry. I did forget. I did forget. So I was gone all day and I was doing like my voice is killing me right now. I was doing very stressful voice work for this Netflix film, and I was doing work yesterday, and I got back, and then I had a phone call, and I completely forgot that I had started my stream right before I had to do this phone call. And then I was on the phone and I look over and I was like, oh my God. Oh my God, my stream. So I had to finish up the phone call. Um, yeah, I really, really don't have a good excuse here. Aside from that, I totally forgot that I had gone live. And I don't know, isn't that a whole thing? Like a starting soonathon? Doesn't VO do those? Yeah, I left you guys in the car with the windows rolled up and everyone is dead. Every Everyone has died. Oh, hi, Bubba's. You want to come on lap? Come on. Come on. Come here. What time is it? 7:30? Oh my God. Oh, I suck. I suck. As an apology, you can watch the new Sabrina music video. Dude, aren't they getting super crazy about, isn't there like this new um copyright thing? I am technically listening to music right now. I'm scared though. That music video just came out. 16 days on starting Soonathon at the moment. Yeah, okay. So I guess 25 minutes isn't too bad. That's not too bad. Denims does that shit for at least an hour before every stream. Maybe that's my new thing now. Where I have my 10 minutes starting soon screen, but then I just never go live. Wouldn't that be fun? Oh my God. The DMCA strikes are now just drone strikes. Yeah. What is happening? Gosh, I stink. I stink for, you smell me? You smell, yeah, you smell that? Cuz I've been running around. I've been trying to make sure you get your walks. I made you listen to Dance Monkey. I'm so sorry. That's maybe one of the worst things I've done. I pulled up the Good For You playlist and I started playing music, and then again I forgot that I went live. I shit. I shit. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, you guys, I was late because I was shitting. I'm not gonna lie. I shit. That's what it was. Okay, you guys know. You guys know. IBS queen. That's the truth. The truth is that I was shitting. No, if I was, I would tell you. If I was like, I'm so sorry, you guys, I had IBS. No, it's It really is that I hit live and then I was on the phone. Oops, sorry. So anyway, hi. What's up, you guys? I didn't even have time to make tea. Oh my god. My vocals. My voice. It was very strenuous today. A lot of action sequences of like, yeah! Ha! 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 Just got back from seeing Alien Romulus and was beyond for the last 20 minutes. Yeah. The last 20 minutes are you're like this in your seat, and then you're like that, and then you're like this. You're leaning forward. You're leaning forward. Dracula, thank you so much for the 8 months. Anonymous, thank you for the 24 months. Tier 2. C Sears, thank you for the 16 months. Flatfoot Joshi, thank you for the 4 months. Hexing, thank you for the 12 months. Eva D, thank you for the 10 months. You think I haven't seen this clip all over the timeline? You think that I have not been on Twitter and have not seen this everywhere? Speed Razor, thank you for the 5 community. Serbs, what can I do for you, sir? Sir? Yes, what would you like? I took you for a walk. You got your walkie. What else can I get you? Do you want my lappy? Do you want uppies? Ugh. He's acting out. We know he's acting out. His father is gone. The music video could have been a Death Becomes Her. Oh, it was definitely Death Becomes Her inspired. For sure. Absolutely. This is Death Becomes Her. God, they both look good. They look good. Women are so pretty. Women are just beautiful creatures. Man. I disagree. They are. They are perfect. Perfect creatures. Sabrina and Jenna. Die. Come kill me. I saw another meme. I think it might be a clip from Admitted Flunky. Flunky, thank you so much for the 10 community subs. I wish that was me. I saw a meme. I think it was a clip from Scary Movie, where it's a parody of Scream, but it's like a hot girl in her lingerie. It's like, this is me when it's Jenna Ortega who's trying to murder me. It's like, oh no. Oh no. Oh, somebody help me. Somebody help me. Is this true?
I'm passing the phone to somebody who showed up drunk and is probably going to sell their team.
Throwing is like a little Nerf football.
I'm so drunk. Passing the phone to my friend.
I'm passing the phone to someone who has a big butt.
I'm gonna pass the phone to the shortest person in here.
I'm passing the phone to the...
What part are you looking for? So far, everything is true. Oh, this?
Flavor really just like digging it out there.
I'm passing the phone to somebody who keeps asking me about my podcast in a series of very...
Wait, what did Poincaré say? Hold on.
And I'm passing the phone to someone that showed up 3 hours late. Was he 3 hours late? It might have been 4, actually.
Pass the phone to someone who doesn't know they're Republican yet, but give it a good 1 or 2 years when they get a lot more money and they'll come out of the closet.
I want to pass the phone to someone who I just saw pick their nose, like full gold line, like right in there. Like I'm talking like emerald mines with like child labor, really just like digging it out there.
I'm passing the phone to somebody who...
Like I said, every I'm passing the phone to is true. It's all true. I've never done one of those before. I've never done one of those. I didn't know what to do. I know I had the millennial pause big time. I did not know what to do. I was like, I've never done one of these before. And so I just kept going on. Yet we could tell. Okay, well, next time I'll be prepared. Vinny got it 10 times for being the sexiest person there. Yeah, they're like, I'm passing the phone to someone who was sculpted from marble. I'm passing the phone to someone who is handpicked by God. I'm passing the phone to someone who's too beautiful to be a streamer. I guess he's not a streamer, though. Is that what you were doing instead of starting stream? Yes, I was sitting there for 20 minutes picking my nose. Picking my nose. I think Sam was saying once how we were talking about if you've ever left your stream up, which I have done. And she said that one time, I think she had picked her nose or something when she thought her stream had ended. So on the spectrum of picking your nose to showing your dick on stream, Yeah. After I had left my stream up, I thought that I was going to be more conscious of not leaving my stream up. And then I did it again the other night. And it was before I went to see Alien Romulus. And I think I was talking to Farley. I was like, you're going to stay here. You're going to stay here. You're going to be here. Okay. Why did Cutie talk about your nipples on the pod? I have no answer for you. Nipplegate. Kicked from the Hasnabi convention. Okay, so I was seeing, because Cutie spreads facts. Yeah. Cutie tells it like it is. That's what she does. I was seeing online that there is confirmation that Hassan was kicked out because of Uncommitted. Because he interviewed Uncommitted. Like, this seems to be confirmed, correct? Which is crazy. Not like the DNC was not already, D standing for demon. And his belt. He was kicked out for his belt. That's apparently what I saw, like, all these tweets about it online. He must have posted it in the Discord, or he talked about it on stream or something. It's like TMZ confirmed, probably, but we'll never know. Don Creech, thank you for the 24 months. Thank you for the 2 years. Okay, so what I said last night is this was before anything was confirmed, and it seemed like they were just taking his, like, it seemed like they were kicking him out of that area. We're like, well, maybe it was, they had a bigger dog come in, or somebody was paying for that booth. They were paying a lot of money for it. Or maybe it's Beyonce. Maybe Beyonce needed that booth. And yet it seems to be that it once again was connected to the uncommitted movement, who the DNC decided that they were going to just absolutely throw out of the tent. It's a big tent, but it's not that big. They took his space and gave him nowhere to go, so it was a passive-aggressive way to boot him. Yep. I mean, it's pretty remarkable that he managed to do almost all 4 days there. But again, this is why I'm glad that I ended up not taking my initial credentials. Because I knew this was going to happen. I knew, even though that they said that, even if you've talked badly on Biden or you've talked shit on the DNC, we're not going to revoke your credentials. We're not going to do anything. Mine was a little bit of a different story because they weren't at that point media credentials. But what they didn't say, and we should have known, was even if, okay, fine, you can criticize Biden, but you sure as heck can't have anything to do with the uncommitted movement. People who are delegates, Democratic delegates, who work on down ballot races in important swing states and get Democrats elected. Your sister, something was there. Does she work there? My sister works in politics. She works in, she does environmental policy. So she was at the DNC the whole week. My mom decided not to go. But I had been teasing I had been teasing my sister because I think it's really funny to say someone's who knows somebody, and especially knows them through someone like me, that they're being parasocial. Like I like to say that about Will too. Whenever Will pops in here, I'm like, oh, parasocial, right? Mama Kwan was fighting in the New York Times comments trenches. Yeah. But I had told Jen yesterday, I was like, FYI, I think Hassan is getting kicked out of the media area. So if you're gonna go do a stream crossover, I think he's getting kicked out. She wanted to, she told me, she was like, let me run your stream for you. And I went, you want my stream key? You want to stream live from the DNC? Because she was like, get me your media credentials. And I said, I do not think that is happening. But actually, what Jen would have done with my media credentials and my stream would have been much more acceptable than what I would have done. You and your sis look like twins. I feel like I don't know who looks the most similar, because I have 3 sisters and 1 brother. I get told different things. I get told I look like the most like my brother. I get told that I look like Jen. It just depends. Are you the older one? Yes. I'm the older. I'm the older mean. I'm the mean older sister. She seemed fun. She's she enjoyed the DNC, but no one enjoyed the DNC, I think, as much as Austin Show. Jen was also telling me that apparently you couldn't get alcohol, or at least you couldn't, or at least it was like really difficult to. And then finally they made it possible to get alcohol. I was like, yeah, if I was at the DNC, I'd be like, give me a drink. You mean Gen Z? Has Austin checked in, or is he just now working for the DNC? I keep seeing it in random photos. Yeah, me too. Like, I will see clips or photos and go, that's Austin. Hassan said it also sounded like it was the DNC who wanted him gone, but Team Kamala was fine with him. Interesting. Very interesting. The fucking video. I know, because Olivia Juliana, who's that Gen Z gal, and is one of the most hated people online for good reasons. That clip of her is being shared everywhere. A lot of people are sharing it too because she uses the line that I think was Antony Blinken's line of, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And so a lot of people have been retweeting that, like, oh, so Palestinians are just on the menu, huh? And every time, just zero in on Austin's show in the background, like, that's right. How do you do, fellow kids? Yeah, just his fucking forehead. How do you do, fellow kids? We're going to get out there and vote. We're going to get out there and vote, fellow kids. I've never seen that sister, but knew who she was as soon as she walked up to his son. She does look like you. Yeah, we have similar mannerisms, too. It's a Quan thing. Except for my older sister. The DNC was watching his stream since they took his suit commercials after he mentioned on stream. Yeah, so this is what I was very scared of, because I was specifically told with the credentials that I had the first credentials I got, they were like, you cannot do any media. No media. And then I ended up getting media credentials, and by that point I had decided I wasn't going to go. But I also feel like had I gotten those media credentials, it would have been very difficult lugging all my shit around and trying to stream content, because I would have been a one-woman show, and we all know how I am with technology. And two, because I feel like there was a real disconnect between, okay, we'll let creators here and we will let them do media, but if you cross the line, and the line was trying to bring attention to the uncommitted movement and, and support them and call out the DNC for oppressing them, then we've got a big problem here. Do you think the New York Times might include this in the article they're writing about Hassan? I hope they do. I think that's really important to include. I mean, obviously they can't print it as like a for sure he was kicked out because of this, but he can certainly print what like Hassan's, what Hassan said, where he said that it most likely was connected to his interviewing the uncommitted. Like, I think that absolutely should be included in that. Do we know anything about the lie that the uncommitted declined? So apparently this wasn't even a lie that was spread from the DNC. The DNC is saying we did not say this. Apparently it was someone speaking on behalf of the party. I mean, it's a bad look, bad decision either way. But yeah, the DNC was strenuously denying that they had put out the claims that they accepted Rua as the speaker and that the uncommitted movement turned it down, which, like, obviously everyone knew that was a fucking lie. Like, ain't no way. People Kiss, thank you for the 14 months. Did you see that Hassan called you out as one of the people? Yeah, people told me that yesterday, which is crazy because I'm so MAGA. Like, where's the reporters who are interviewing MAGA streamers? Where's Carolyn's interview? Like, let me tell you something. Let me tell you, New York Times, about what's really going on here. All right. Chris Hayes had her on his show tonight, and she said they were going to endorse Kamala. Yeah, they had that in the fucking speech. It was genuinely a gift to the Democratic Party and to Kamala's campaign. So stupid. So stupid, but simply by the fact of being Palestinian American, they weren't allowed on stage. Because the whole point is, we see you, we hear you, we don't want to see you, we don't want to hear from you. We will speak on your behalf. Israeli hostage families will speak on your behalf. Candidates will speak on your behalf. People on stage will speak on your behalf, but you are not allowed to speak. That's what it is. Kicked the gift horse in the fucking side. I know. That's what's crazy. There's no excuse. There's literally no excuse other than the Dems are making it very clear that Palestinian Americans will not share any stage that has to do with the Democratic Party whatsoever. Like that's it. The most that will be done is other people speaking vaguely about Palestinians. But this is what we said last night, where it's like when Palestinians are spoken about, it's like they're suffering from a natural disaster. So they don't get active voice, and they certainly don't actively get to use their voices. They will be spoken about, but like they're going through a hurricane or something. Oh, the suffering is terrible. Oh, Palestinians, they're really suffering. Who's making them suffer? How are they suffering? What does that suffering entail? Lives were lost. How many lives? How were those lives lost? I had to turn off Kamala's speech if she mentioned Palestine at all. We'll revisit. We'll revisit the moment. I want to revisit that moment, and then when she got all war hawky about the most lethal military in the world, and this was my reaction last night, but it is wild to have heard the convention hall chanting USA, USA, USA after Kamala reaffirmed our, we'll never stop doing war. We will never not have the biggest, most expensive military in the world. We will do war. We will do war on war. Israel will defend themselves. We will be there for them to defend themselves. And then USA, USA, USA. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. So yeah, it's very clear that when it comes to military spending, when it comes to Israel, when it comes to the border, when it comes to policing, Kamala is going to be as fascist as they come on that. I kept seeing this picture go around online, and it was Kamala's niece, or I think it was her niece's daughter, so whatever that would be. And it's the back of her as she's looking up at Kamala, who's on stage. If anyone can link that photo, I can pull it up. And of course, Hillary shared this and was like, I'm with her type of shit. And people, other libs have been sharing this as some like really amazing feminist moment of look at this little girl looking up at her auntie, who will be the first woman president, and who already was the first Black Indian vice president. And the thing is, I kept looking at that, and all I could see was like dystopian fiction. Like I kept picturing Alma Coin in Hunger Games. This one. Yeah. Of like, what's the meme? Oh, maybe this time the bombs will be dropped by a woman. Like, oh, finally we've reached equality. That women now get to drop the bombs as well. So sorry if you look at this photo and you're like, ooh, this is super inspirational. Because to me, with how hardcore Kamala went in on talking about having the most lethal fighting force in the world, that we're going to go up against all our enemies, condemning Iran, saying Israel has the right to defend itself from terrorism and we will always support them in that. Like this to me was just War, war, war. More money for war. More intervention, more US interventionism. Like this to me was a speech that had the military industrial complex being like, let's go, baby. Yeah, even women now can be the bomb droppers. Right? Women of color. That's what we got. Why are we pretending this is a good photo? She looks like the supreme leader in a dystopian YA novel. I just kept thinking of Alma Coin. Sorry to I'm not even sorry, because I think Hunger Games is great, and I think a lot of people read Hunger Games and completely missed out on what Hunger Games is about. Like they can't apply the fiction of Hunger Games to the nonfiction of real life. But it's very Hunger Games coded. Oh, folks, that's joy, folks. That's joy. Okay, so let's look at that moment. For anybody who missed anyone who missed the speech. Most terrifying image on planet Earth. Yeah, Lockheed Martin going up after that speech. Where did I have this saved? Okay, I think this is it. This is the part.
America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
Vice President Harris has always championed America's support for NATO.
She's worked with President Zelensky to fight back against Russia,
Iran, North Korea, and especially China.
It's crazy when you compare Mark Kelly to Tim Walz. Like, just talking about a speech giver ability. He's so bad. He's really terrible.
Watch closely.
Our vision is based on our values. The values that took us to the shores of Normandy and helped us win the Cold War.
She'll keep modernizing our military to support our troops.
She'll keep America's military the strongest in the world, the strongest ever known.
We are the damn United States of America. We lead.
As Commander-in-Chief.
Oh my God. Like, how much bigger can we get? How much more money can we spend? How much? I mean, the crazy thing is like how we spend more money now than we did on our military during eras of history like the Cold War. That like ever since Eisenhower was out there talking about how war is, war is about profit. When he gave that speech, talking about how every gun that is made, every ship that's launched, every rocket that's fired is stealing money that could go to the hungry and the poor. And that, it was a speech where like the priorities of America are its military, is war, and not not the people in its country who who are tired and hungry and sick and poor, because that doesn't make America, that doesn't make money the way that the military industrial complex does. And once upon a time, Eisenhower was warning about the MIC. And now all these decades later, our Pentagon budget is double what it was when Eisenhower was in office. Like, that is just how we have gotten bigger and bigger and bigger when it comes to funding defense contractors and military spending, etc. I want the whole part of her speech where she I want the whole part when she's talking about the most lethal fighting force in the world. Let me see if I can find that.
I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
Is this sped up?
And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice.
I always think an important point to remember when we're talking about, glory and war and service and veterans and the way it is here, USA, since 2001, okay, post 9/11, more than 4 times the number of service members who died while actively serving. So that number's about 7,000. More than 4 times that of active service members and veterans have died by suicide. That's not a USA chant there. That's not something to get like all jingoistic and insanely patriotic about, right? Like, that's the reality. How many millions have died in the countries that we have involved ourselves in, that we have like actively started wars in the name of global security. And global security has, global security didn't get better, even though we spent $8 trillion on wars and millions of people died. And in a lot of these areas, they have been long-term destabilized. And so it's not just, it's not like the effects of American wars overseas has come and gone. It's still being felt today, and we are still spending so much money on war. And I think about Barack Obama. Once upon a time, Barack Obama was the guy who said, we get ourselves involved in dumb wars. He was an early opponent of the Iraq War. Like, I think that's something that that gets forgotten, that Obama was, he was anti-war, supposedly. Because when Obama was in office, he was the first 2-term president. He served 8 years, 2 terms. He was the first 2-term president to have been at war for all 8 years. U.S. military forces were at war for all 8 years of Mr. Dumb War during his tenure. Obama. He wanted smart wars. Yeah, Obama's whole thing was not that, was not that war is bad. It's just that you want smart people who are conducting the airstrikes. That's Obama's whole way of looking at politics, right? He doesn't get to like, oh, this is the problem here. The problem are the people who are making the decisions. Obama's belief is that you just have to get the best and the brightest. You have to remove obstacles so that the best and the brightest can be the ones who are doing politics. So, when he talked about the border during his speech, when he criticized Donald Trump for opposing the bipartisan border bill, for talking shit on it. It wasn't Obama having any smoke at all for the very far right border bill that Joe Biden, had, the Biden administration had been responsible for. No, Obama's heat is for Donald Trump as a person, as somebody who was an obstacle, and he has no interest whatsoever in looking at the actual issue itself and going, well, wait a second, maybe this isn't what we should be doing in the first place. No, it's always, you just need the best and the brightest to be the ones making these decisions. BR, thank you for the gifted. Ev Pear, thank you for the 2 months. Apparently Brad Summer is just melting brown kids. How do you contend with people that say foreign policy doesn't matter? They don't have the bandwidth to deal with what's going on in the world. Okay, let me give you one point. When people say that, tell them that as a taxpayer, on average every year, you spend over $1,000 on military spending, as opposed to $260 on K through 12 education and $6 on renewable energy. So your taxes alone, an overwhelming percentage goes to military spending because we pay for it. So when people say, oh, foreign policy has nothing to do with me. Yes, it does. As an American tax, and obviously, I'm talking about from an American POV. As an American, yes, it absolutely does. What is foreign is domestic. And I've talked about this a lot, specifically with Israel and Palestine, but there are so many connections because Israel is our greatest ally in the Middle East. And we have been allied with them for almost 80 years. And so the connection between Israel and the United States, a great example is policing, right? The IDF soldiers training American cops. And that is why there's that connection between Palestinians in Gaza and in the West Bank who have dealt with police brutality from the IDF and from the Israeli police for decades and shared their tips with dealing with that brutality with the BLM protesters. So obviously Palestinian Black solidarity goes back decades, but that in the modern age was one example of how this is all connected. How do you, or they say they don't have the bandwidth to deal with what's going on in the world. So the way that American politicians have been successful on both the left, both Democrat and Republican, is convincing voters that what's happening over there is happening over there. It has nothing to do with us. But then take the border, for instance, okay? People who are concerned about the border. Why do you think migrants are arriving at the border and desperately trying to get into the United States? What factors are driving them to do so? Where they will cross over, they will cross over without documents, that they will do whatever it takes to get into the U.S. because of their destabilized home countries. Who is responsible for creating the immigration crisis? And so I think that these are questions that you should ask friends and family who approach foreign issues this way, is you connect it to issues that are happening domestically. Because what the U.S. does overseas, right, what the U.S. does outside of the U.S. has an impact on what happens domestically. And I always think of this quote. This is a quote from the UK migrant, this UK migrant nonprofit group. We're here because you were there. So the way that the way that imperialism and interventionism works is we were there, so now the people whose countries we were in are here. They had no choice. We are here because you were there.
I will make sure that we lead the world into the future on space and artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen, not abdicate, our global leadership.
Right. This is American unilateralism, where it's us. It's us alone advancing our interests, and we will continue to do that. This sums up Kamala's speech. Protecting the homeland.
In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military.
Did you notice how Ella didn't clap? I noticed Ella didn't clap, and then also Kamala's sister did not clap. That's one of those, is this reading too much into it? Even though we know Ella Emhoff is really progressive and that she's done a lot to raise money for Palestinians. But I think it's something where we got to stop there and not be like, Ella, please save Palestinians. Like, Ella, you can push Kamala on this. That's hopium and copium. If it is the case for real that Ella doesn't clap at that because she's an anti-imperialist, because she disagrees with her stepmom's, she disagrees with her stepmom's war hawkishness and this idea that Israel will always have the right to defend itself, even if that quote unquote defense means crushing every Palestinian.
Industrial complex.
Mr. Spiderbite, thank you for the tier 1. Cuban X, thank you for the 6 months.
Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies, in the final sense, a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, those who are cold and are not clothed. This world in arms is not spending money alone. It is spending the sweat of its laborers, the genius of its scientists, the hopes of its children. The cost of one modern heavy bomber is this: a modern brick school in more than 30 cities. It is 2 electric power plants, each serving a town of 60,000 population. It is 2 fine, fully equipped hospitals. It is some 50 miles of concrete. We pay for a single fighter plane with 500,000 bushels of wheat. We pay for a single destroyer with new homes that could have housed more than 8,000 people.
We cannot keep giving more money to the Pentagon than it needs when millions of children in our country.
Yeah, also when there are when there are deficit meetings and there are proposed cuts to spending, it's never any cuts to the Pentagon budget, never. And in many cases where like there are cuts in other departments, there's more money that goes to the Pentagon. So it's never less. It'll only ever be more.
Country are food insecure. When 140 million Americans cannot afford the basic necessities of life without going into debt.
Can someone link me the clip of Kamala talking about Palestine, Israel and Palestine, for those who missed it last night? And then I'm going to pull up. Oops. No, I don't want to watch that yet.
Who's blowing?
Did Bernie endorse Kamala? I'm pretty sure he endorsed her officially in his speech that he gave at the DNC. He hadn't officially endorsed prior to that, and I think he did. Do you think if Kamala wins and has a total shit show of a presidency that she could end up hurting future prospects for other women who run for office? I mean, what do you mean by total shit show of a presidency? Is it going to be more of the Democratic status quo? Is it going to be a continuation of inflated police budgets? Is it going to be a continuation of what's happening over in Palestine? Is it going to be a continuation of leaning so hard to the right on the border? Is it just going to be like picking up where Joe Biden left off? Because to a lot of people, that, a lot of Democratic voters, that's not a shit show. They wouldn't consider it to be. Like, I don't think this is something where, like in Hollywood, if you do a film, big film that stars women and it flops, they go, oh, well, we can never have another movie starring women ever again. Sorry, can't do it. Thank you, Pop Bass. Thank you.
War in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock. Because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire.
Okay, so I know that we've broken this shit down so many times. But here's what I want you guys to listen for, okay? I want you to listen for how every time it's talked about, it's a hostage deal is mentioned first, right? We are prioritizing the hostages, which no, you're actually not, because you're not getting a fucking ceasefire. But it's just the importance of, when it comes to talking about Israel and Palestine, you always have to talk about the hostages first. And then you have to talk about Israel having the right to defend itself. And then you'll get to talking about how Palestinians are suffering. So it's a prioritizing, it's a hierarchizing of what is most important, like what we care about. And this is intentional and specific. There's a reason why you never hear it the other way around. You never hear Palestinians are, you never hear like any specifics of what's happening to Palestinians, but even just Palestinians are suffering. You don't get that first, and then you don't get, but also October 7th. No. I'm home. What's up, Dan? What a week. Dan TC, member of the community, was out there with the uncommitted delegates. Dan is an uncommitted delegate from Minnesota. And, well, we've been talking a lot about what happened with the uncommitted delegates and how the Democratic Party just took a gigantic shit and went, here you go. That's what we think of you. So, okay, so I want you to listen for that. I want you to listen for how she uses active voice when it comes to what happened on October 7th, and then passive voice when it concerns Palestinians. Okay?
Your deal done. And let me be clear. I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself.
Right. So again, this is first and foremost the U.S.'s bottom line. Israel will always have the right to defend itself. Even if that means a genocide, because it's framed in Israel's defending itself. Remember, nothing justifies October 7th. October 7th justifies everything.
And I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself.
So the fact that this is still, after 11 months of just murder and destruction, so much of Gaza destroyed, the West Bank being increasingly overrun by even more settlers, more settler violence. All that is happening here is being framed as, we will always support Israel being allowed to defend itself, aka I will keep, as when I'm president, I will do what Joe Biden is doing right now and continue to provide the tools for Israel to be able to conduct their military operations.
because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7.
And for anyone who's like, no, you're misreading this, you're just listening to what you want to. How? We don't have a ceasefire right now. We haven't stopped sending bombs. That's certainly not going to stop before Joe Biden leaves office. Do you think that Kamala, whose team has said that she is not for an arms embargo, who has not even mentioned conditioning aid, which is not an arms embargo, but like an alternate to that? No. There's no like, oh, you're interpreting this wrong because that's what you want. That's not what I want to fucking hear. Of course not. No. Like, I'm so tired of dumbass libs online being like, what do you even want? You leftists are never happy. And it's like, are you satisfied with this? Do you support a permanent ceasefire? Okay, you do. Great. If you don't, then there's no conversation to be had here. But if you do, are you okay with it just being in the form of words? That you don't care if it actually materializes or not. You don't care what is required for a ceasefire, a permanent ceasefire to actually happen. Like, this is good enough for you. So when you say, what do you want? Like, you'll never be happy, you'll never be satisfied. No, we shouldn't be. We should not just subsist on the rhetoric of our politicians. Rumor has it an 8-figure donation to the DNC said to stop the Palestinian speech. I'm not kidding. I mean, I don't think you are kidding. And I don't think that like money is not what's going on here. Because a lot of people have been like, AIPAC is one part of this, right? Like you have to understand, you got to understand the military industrial complex, okay? Something that has been around for decades and is a reason why we engage in war both directly and indirectly. Do you know how much fucking money these defense contractors make by us siphoning more funds for Israel to spend on weapons? Why is Palestine so important to the American left? Palestine is the opposite values as liberals, is governed by terrorists, and is on the opposite side of the earth. Okay, so can you unban them? Because I want to explain this point. Let me explain something. Let me explain something to you, okay? Because this goes along with well, there's no gay rights in Palestine. These people are being genocided, okay? And within that population, you have Christians, you have Muslims, you have young, you have old, you have gay, you have straight, you have black Palestinians. This whole idea of Palestine has opposite values as liberals. What are liberal values? First and foremost, what are liberal values? Do you believe that simply living in a democracy, living under democracy, offers you the moral high ground because of what you think that means? Because that's an argument that's used to defend Israel. Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. Well, first of all, it's not. It's an ethnocracy. It's not a democracy. But second of all, being labeled as a democracy does not mean that people enjoy equal rights under that system. The United States of America was a democracy when Jim Crow was going on. Were there equal rights in America? No, there were not. Second of all, when a population is being genocided, nothing else matters. Okay, if you want to get into these little arguments about, oh yeah, well, this population that's being genocided, they don't have gay marriage. So, okay, you think that then all these people should die because they don't have gay marriage. You do recognize that they don't have fucking rights in the first place, okay? Like, do you think that in a population of people who have been imprisoned for years, who have had their food and their water and their movement controlled, who have no control over land, air, and sea, over their borders. Do you think that like gay marriage is at the top of the list there? Israel also doesn't have Israel also doesn't have legal gay marriage, just for the record. Do you think that in America, where there are groups in America that don't have equal rights, do you think then if somebody were to drop bombs on us and be like, oh yeah, well, trans people in Oklahoma don't have equal rights, so yeah, let's kill everybody in Oklahoma. Bombs don't discriminate based on sexual orientation, right? So this whole like, why do you care when they're the opposite of us? What is us? Because us, as I see it, drops bombs and supplies bombs that get dropped on populations of people. Is that us? Is that what they should be doing? And then they'll be us? It's okay. Would we really miss it? Would we miss what? What do you mean by us? By that? Jaina, thank you for the 24 months, the 2 years. Le Bush, thank you for the prime. Oklahoma. Okay, so I mean, for the sake of this argument, for the sake of this point that I'm making, yeah, absolutely. Like, the point that I'm making is you don't genocide and bomb a people to death simply because they don't have they don't have social justice in the way that you think they should have, which, yeah, they should. But they also should have the like right to life and the right to freedom in the first place. Like, we gotta work on A before we get further down the line here. I mean, I'm trans and I used to live there, so you'd be bumming each. Right. And so that's like the point that we keep making, where there are gay Palestinians. So for anyone saying that they are standing up for gay rights by saying that Palestinians deserve to die because they don't have gay rights. Okay, there are gay Palestinians. Just keep that in mind, right? There's gay people all over the world. So with that argument, we're going to kill gay Palestinians in the name of gay rights. Also, choosing Oklahoma, the end location of the Trail of Tears, also fits. Yeah, true. No gay marriage in Israel, so do we have to get rid of? Right. That's the gay rights thing is always a crazy point that people keep bringing up, because it's so easily slashed apart. And you also can just start with, yeah, Israel doesn't have gay rights or gay marriage. What now? What else you got? By Furious Siren, thank you for the 6 months. Okay, let's finish her shit here.
Including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people.
You know, it's crazy. It's so crazy because there's no mention about the rampant rape and sexual violence that Palestinian detainees have been enduring and have endured well before October 7th. No, like, mainstream media has pretty much ignored it. And so, of course, politicians are going to ignore that, but we'll continue to do this shit.
At a music festival, at the same time, What has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives lost. Desperate, hungry people.
Some 80% of Gazans supported Hamas before October 7th. Okay, so I'm just going to make this very simple because there's a million ways to debunk this shit that's coming out of your mouth right now. Let's take MAGA for instance. Okay, I think MAGA's horrible. I think MAGA's horrible. A lot of people in this country, half the people in this country, voted for the MAGA guy. Do I think that then, if they're being genocided, like because I disagree with who they voted for, then that's okay? Then I'm like, oh yeah, no, that works. That works. By just virtue of people voting for a political party, whatever it is, that then those people deserve to be killed. Yeah, and I mean that's not even getting into the whole half the people in Gaza weren't born or were babies when Hamas came into power. Like as I said, there's so many ways to just debunk that shit. But I'm just going to start off with that one. And what this is just people time and time again trying to justify genocide, trying to justify a population of people being bombed to death, having their hospital system destroyed, having every university destroyed, losing entire bloodlines. It's like, how do I justify this? Okay, cool. I'm going to take these talking points. That I have repeated over the last 11 months because I am a piece of shit human who does not believe point blank that genocide is bad. You believe that there are situations that justify genocide, that justify mass murder. That's what it is. Like your bottom line is not all genocide is bad. It's, well, sometimes it's okay. Sometimes it's permissible. Lots of DNC volunteers wanted to wear our Democratic Majority for Palestine buttons. They were told to take them off and threatened with dismissal. I got to talk to so many people working the event who agreed with us. Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of leaders who came out. Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago. You had celebrities like Mark Ruffalo. I mean, a lot of people were saying, DNC, let them speak. Let them speak. Please. What are we doing here? This is crazy.
Fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to trust. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over.
So as I said, this is all passive voice. This is all passive voice. Would you know the conditions? Who's responsible for creating those conditions? What those conditions are? Why people in Palestine are suffering? No. Genuinely, if you don't know anything that's going on over there, you might think like, oh, some natural disaster happened. Oh, something happened to Palestinians, but I don't know what.
And the scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war.
No, you're not.
Such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self.
So I'm going to repeat what I said yesterday, but one thing that I just want to be like, I want to be super clear about. I'm never going to tell you how to vote, okay? We don't do vote shaming in here. I'm not here working on behalf of one group or another. But what we need to be clear on is that this is a lie, okay? Kamala and Biden have been lying about working tirelessly, working around the clock to get a ceasefire. It's not true, and anybody who repeats this is providing cover, is doing propaganda, and is lying. When it comes to the issue of Palestine, we can assuredly say right now that Kamala has demonstrated she will not be any different. She will not be any different policy-wise with the actions that she takes than Joe Biden has been. Like, I think at the minimum that just needs to be established. Like, no arguments should be made around this. No, like, oh well, I think no. Like, it's clear that is the current standing. And so until something were to change, which all signs point to no way in hell will it, that is like what you have to understand on Israel and Palestine when it comes to the potential future President Harris, the Kamala Harris administration. This is cover for Netanyahu. Yeah, we covered the script that is repeated every time Blinken and the U.S. are talking about, oh, we're so close to a ceasefire. It's balls in Hamas's court right now. They get a ceasefire in 5 minutes. Yes. Joe Biden could pick up the phone. Like, this is not hyperbole, okay? There are examples of presidents in the past when a genocide was not going on who literally picked up the phone after one fucking phone call and Israel stopped. You know, we talk about Ronald Reagan all the time. Ronald Reagan, whose name was evoked many times on the stage at the DNC. You know what? If we're going to be the party of Ronald Reagan, if that's what's going on here, why don't we be the party of Ronald Reagan then as it pertains to how Ronald Reagan was on Israel? Because he was a hell of a lot better than Joe Biden was, and how I think Kamala Harris will be. Reagan, that fucking demon, even stopped Israel. I know. So that's why, like, anyone going, well, she can't do anything. You know, nothing can be done. What do you mean? It's not just a phone call. They are doing stuff. Lies. Propaganda. Libs also being purposely dense with tweets like, oh, our army's not supposed to be lethal. Oh. Sorry that you're a pussy. Sorry that you want a pussy army.
Stuff up. I'm Mr. Beat, and it's well known that the United States of America spends more money on its military by far than any other country in the world. In fact, 40% of all military spending around the entire world is done by the United States. It spends more money on its military than the next 10 countries combined. And it's been this way for a long...
Yeah, just let that soak in, okay? The U.S. spends more on defense than the next 10 countries combined. So all these countries that Kamala was listing out on the stage last night are enemies, you know, how we're going to be bigger, how we're going to be number one. We already are when it comes to defense spending. But sure, let's just spend more. let's just keep going. Fuck everything else, you know? Fuck everything else. Let's spend another $8 trillion on war. The U.S. is 4% of the world's population, and we have 40% of global military spending. When it comes to the military, when it comes to policing, when it comes to incarceration, when it comes to like civilians in possession of guns, we dominate, man. We fucking dominate. 4% of the world's population. And we've got like 40% of the civilian guns. We've got 120 guns per 100 civilians. we're responsible for 40% of global military spending. It's crazy. It's insane. We're the, per capita #1 when it comes to our mass incarceration rates. Just lock them up. I mean, we're out here chanting lock her up or lock him up. Felon versus prosecutor.
Long time, more than 80 years. Since World War II, the United States has spent the most money on its military. Even after the Cold War ended in 1991, the United States was like, let's just keep spending a bunch of money on our military. In fact, let's spend more. On March 28th, 2022, President Joe Biden asked Congress for $813 billion in military spending, and Congress was like, what the heck? That's way too much money. We can't afford that. What about inflation? Nah, just kidding. Congress not only approved $813 billion in military spending, but it also gave President Biden an additional $45 billion for military spending that he didn't even ask for. To put that in perspective,
too, the Pentagon's budget and the budget for the nuclear work at the Department of Energy is 4 times what Joe Biden's signature Build Back Better plan was. So Build Back Better plan, initially was more money, and then it just kept getting reduced because you had people like Senator Joe Manchin being like, oh my God, this is not fiscally conservative. This is horrifying. So it went down and down and down and down. And Build Back Better, which is Joe Biden's signature legislation, was 1/4 the cost of the Pentagon's budget. Thanks again, Caroline, for having me on, amplifying your voices. Thank you, Chad, for your support. We are the majority. It's our duty to fight and whatnot. I need to go to bed because I've had collected. Yes, go sleep, Dan. Go sleep. We're proud of you. We'll see you back here. Go rest. Godspeed. The IRA has $600 billion for 10 years for climate change. Meanwhile, we spend more than $1 trillion every year on the Pentagon. It's fucking insane. Yeah.
$25 billion is more than double the amount of money needed to end homelessness in the United States. This year, President Biden has asked for...
The Pentagon has literally never passed a financial audit, by the way. Oh, yes. Yeah, there's... When it comes to the Pentagon, not only do they receive... Jesus Christ. Not only do they receive an astronomical budget, but it's also one where they're never at risk of being reduced. And in fact, it'll just be more money. They don't get audited. It's like, where's the transparency for how this almost $1 trillion yearly budget is being spent? Doesn't matter. No.
For $842 billion for military spending, and he'll probably get more than he asked for again. And that's because military spending is one of the few things that tends to be bipartisan, meaning both Republicans and Democrats in Congress.
We also pay weapons manufacturers. Yes, we do. We pay weapons manufacturers for defective products or even non-existent, never delivered products. Yes. And we overpay for shit. We overpay all the time. They charge whatever. And the reason they do that is because there's basically 5 major defense contractors now. In the 90s, there were a lot more. There were a lot more defense contractors. And then post 9/11, it is now 5 major defense contractors who get a ton of the contracts. And because there are, it's a small group of defense contractors, they can give us whatever they want. They can give the, shit quality, whatever, and charge what they want to.
Generally are cool with this massive spending, despite one recent poll showing that 35% of Americans think the United States spends too much on its military. So why does the United States spend so much on its military? First of all, because the United States is often the world's police. The American military controls around 750 military bases in at least 80 countries around the world. It has troops in as many as 150 countries. Some of these countries where it has military bases might surprise you. For example, did you know it has a military base in Honduras? Also, did you know that it has 120 bases in Japan alone? In recent years, the United States has spent tens of billions of dollars maintaining just those military bases in Japan. The governments of all these countries where the United States has military bases are mostly cool with it. After all, they're getting extra security with an American military presence, and often for free. However, as documented in the classic book Blowback by Chalmers Johnson, many local residents don't want foreign troops in their backyards. Regardless, for at least 75 years, most of the world has just accepted and even welcomed the fact that the United States is often the world's police force.
Because who will stand up to the U.S.? The U.S., we are the law. The U.S., we are the world's police. Even though less than a third of the global population looks favorably at the US. That number has gone down, 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 down. And so we're not popular. We are not popular around the world, and the majority of the rest of the globe looks at us and goes, "Why? Who put them in charge? Why are they in charge? Why do they get to do whatever they want to do in our country? Why is it? Why is it that they get to break laws and they're not held accountable, and yet they make sure that other countries are adhering to international law?" The U.S. is the bully that says, "You don't want us here. What are you going to do about it?" Right. And this goes back to, Teddy Roosevelt was the one who first was talking about the U.S. as an international police force. God, we just love being cops. We just fucking love being cops. So Teddy Roosevelt talking about the importance of the U.S. being the international police force. And then Harry Truman, who took over for FDR in 1945, towards the end of, at the end of World War II, talked about how we have to, do whatever it takes to preserve our superiority on land and sea and in the air. And so after World War II was when we really, really ramped up our military bases, where we, set up shop in the 80 countries that we are set up in now, where we, started increasing the Pentagon budget, our military spending, and where American hegemony became front and center what we're all about.
The country that seemingly steps in to put out all the fires in the world. Not only that, but it has formal treaties that make it obligated to step in for the defense of at least 51 countries around the world. Others argue that a huge American military budget is necessary to, quote, spread democracy or, quote, defeat authoritarianism around the world. Notice how I put those in quotes, since the American government in reality is often preserving authoritarianism and hurting democracy around the world through its military actions. Even others say a huge military budget is needed to counter the growing military threat and aggression of Russia and China. Then again, many argue that the growing military threat and aggression of Russia and China is because of American military interventionism around the globe. But However, there's another, more nefarious reason why the United States spends so much gosh darn money on its military, and that's the military-industrial complex.
10 points for this. What precise three-word term did President Eisenhower coin to describe the alliance of armed forces, government...
St. John's Clegg. Military-industrial complex.
Correct, well done.
So when we talk about the MIC, this is what we mean when we say there's always money for war. When we talk about war is profit, it's because of the MIC.
In the military-industrial complex?
Oh, sorry, guys. This is the military-industrial complex.
And now you're working for the military-industrial complex.
Democratic, patriarchal, military-industrial complex.
Military-industrial complex, ma'am.
Because data protection is so important to me, I'm a VPN fanatic. I'm obsessed with VPNs. I can't stop thinking about them.
I feel like the military-industrial complex is like one of those catchphrases that's so often mentioned in pop culture and in entertainment. Much of the way that like the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has been in pop culture forever. I mean, you guys remember the muffins video? How many of you, for the first time, heard Israeli-Palestinian conflict because he goes, Israeli-Palestinian conflict muffins? There's just so many examples where if you look through pop culture, if you look through, film and TV and like YouTube and stuff like that, there's just countless examples of people talking about it. You just unlocked a memory. I think that was the first time that I had ever heard Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and so whenever there is a part of me still that hears it as Israeli-Palestinian conflict muffins.
Thank you to AdGuard VPN for sponsoring this video. Okay, so what is the military-industrial complex? The military-industrial complex describes how a military, government, and the defense industry all work together since they all benefit from each other. It's often represented by this iron triangle. Iron triangles are triangles made of iron. Yes. Wait. No. Oops. I meant to say that iron triangles are triangles that demonstrate close, mutually supportive relationships between those in the legislative branch, executive branch, and special interest groups or industries. So here's the military-industrial complex iron triangle thingy, at least in the United States. Up here, representing the legislative branch, is the United States Congress, who provides the funding for military spending in the country. Down here, representing the executive branch, is the Department of Defense, made up of the military itself and the part of the iron triangle that actually gets the money to spend. Over here.
Also, if current trends continue with how the Pentagon budget just keeps ballooning, then they will receive up to $7.3 trillion over the next decade. That is more than was spent during the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq at its peak. Like, it just keeps getting bigger. Hi, Bubba's. Hi. It's just...
Here, representing the special interest groups or industries part, is the defense industry, the military contractors, the corporations like Lockheed Martin and Boeing that produce weapons. Remember, we all respond to incentives. Yes, even you, John. The military-industrial complex is an example of what's known as a conflict of interest, or a situation in which people who are supposed to be working on behalf of the public instead let their own personal incentives guide their decisions, which makes them unreliable. For example, if a politician, let's say, makes a lot of money in the coal industry and then proceeds to vote against any bill that potentially hurts the coal industry, that's a conflict of interest. Let's look at the incentives in the military-industrial complex. The lawmakers are incentivized by campaign contributions from the defense industry. In the United States, lawmakers spending more money on the military usually means they'll have an easier time getting reelected. Not due to voter support, but due to corporations and interest groups funding their re-election campaigns. They also are incentivized to get weapons produced in factories in the districts or states they...
Yep, the MIC is deeply embedded in every congressional district, which is why hardly anyone in Congress stands up and says enough is enough. I mean, it's why Bernie for Bernie's faults and for his blind spots, Bernie has been out here railing against the military spending and the military industrial complex, whereas most people in Congress won't.
Represent. They are incentivized to build military bases in the districts or states they represent. The military is incentivized, obviously, to get more money for itself, but also for political support. Many lawmakers and members of the military also get jobs in the defense industry after they retire, and vice versa. Lobbyists from the defense industry often find themselves becoming lawmakers. In politics, this phenomenon is often called the revolving door. And finally, the defense industry is incentivized to make money. Duh. As I hinted at earlier, military-industrial complexes can occur and often occur in countries around the world. Not just the United States, it's just that the United States, is most well known for it. It was in the United States, after all, that the term military-industrial complex first became widely used after President Dwight Eisenhower popularized it in his farewell address on January 17th, 1961. Not only did he popularize it, he talked trash about it.
Now, this conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. The total influence, economic, political, even spiritual.
It's also worth noting it's bipartisan. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, we're talking about this because Kamala was on stage last night, reaffirming our dedication to war and military spending, saying we're gonna have the most lethal fighting force in the world. We do. We spend so much money. What else can we do? Just spend more, I guess. California is the home base of Lockheed Martin's Skunk Works, the birthplace of every single stealth bomber, fighter, and cruise missile ever made. War is bipartisan. It is. It's also, the oldest, most profitable racket that there is. It's about money. It's just money. More lives lost. Jesus, more lives lost overseas in all these wars we involve ourselves in that we actively start. That's dollar signs. Every dead body is a dollar sign.
Is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. We recognize the imperative need for this development, yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved. So is the very structure of our society. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist.
Now, keep in mind that while Eisenhower warned against the military-industrial complex, he also thought that building up a strong military was still a good idea. Also, remember that military spending ain't just about weapons. Much of it is spent on people, paying the salaries of and providing services for the fine folks of the armed forces, their families, and those who work with them. So why should you care about the military-industrial complex and not care about Pokemon? Keep in mind, you can care about both. Well, while the military...
If we're going to mention war, I think we should address how screwed veterans and low-level officers are treated. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think most people, even without a firm grasp on politics and things like the MIC, understand that things aren't great for veterans in this country. And I said earlier that after 9/11, a total of about 7,000 active service members have been killed while actively serving, but 4+ times that number of active service members and veterans have died by suicide, which is such a staggering statistic and a very sobering reality. And so when you hear people at the DNC chanting USA, USA, USA in response to Kamala saying like, yeah, we honor our soldiers and we're going to just, be bigger and better than ever. And you contrast that with horrifying statistics like the suicide rate for active service members and veterans, and how many veterans end up homeless. It's horrible. There is no, it's the opposite of patriotic,
Military-industrial complex literally employs millions of people and generates billions of dollars in revenue. It also has led to policies that prioritizes military spending and the use of military force over arguably more important priorities like education, healthcare, and infrastructure. While the military-industrial complex arguably helps national security, it also threatens it. You see, the more weapons produced, the more weapons are out there, and the more weapons that are out there, the more weapons are used. And the more weapons are used, the more people are killed. All right, let's stop sugarcoating this. The military-industrial complex increases the incentives for war. As long as people are going to be profiting from war, war will continue to happen. And the military-industrial complex ensures people continue to profit greatly from war. If you pay attention closely, you'll find that these corporations that produce weapons are often the biggest cheerleaders of war. Go figure. Originally, Eisenhower called the military-industrial complex the military-industrial congressional complex, but he apparently dropped the congressional part before giving his speech to not make anyone in Congress upset. Well, that was nice of him, but
it's crazy. In my 5 years of being in, I had 3 friends commit suicide. At least every service member knows one person who's committed suicide. The amount of care that the chain of command had was severely lacking and just brushed aside as weeks passed. It's even worse for veterans. Yeah, service members are just a means to profit for this industry. And, once you're done serving and you are then classified as a veteran, you're disposable. Like you're no longer needed, and we will not, we will not service. We will not provide social services in how you are deserving, how every person in this country is deserving. And it's the physical and psychological toll on veterans is one that is so great, and why a lot of veterans end up becoming anti-war activists. Those who understand what we're talking about here better than anybody. Like back in 1940, Major General Smedley Butler was the most decorated Marine in U.S. history. But in the last decade of his life, Butler became an outspoken critic of U.S. wars and imperialism. He had seen firsthand the profit motive behind war, and these are words from his... at the time of his death in 1940. These are words from his book, his 1935 book, War is a Racket. War is a racket. It always has been. It is possibly the oldest, easily the most profitable, surely the most vicious. It is the only one in which the profits are reckoned in dollars and the losses in lives. And you think about Aaron Bushnell, right? There are so many examples of former service members, of veterans, and of ones who were still actively serving and reached a point where they could no longer serve the interests of the American empire. They could no longer contribute to the billions and trillions in profit that these contractors make, and money that then goes into Congress's pockets to keep the war machine up. It's also good to mention the distinct class conflict between enlisted/officers. A lot of enlisted members enlist due to the poverty draft, while officers just joining are paid about as much as someone in for 10 to 20 years. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we haven't gotten into like the just, the pay hierarchy, and also like the predatory aspect of going into low income Black and brown communities and enlisting high schoolers there. There's a lot of aspects to this topic that we haven't touched on, mostly because we're just covering the MIC and America's role globally in war, and how that was just reiterated last night on stage at the DNC.
Here's the thing. If we want to get rid of the military-industrial complex, it's up to Congress to do just that. You see, Congress makes laws, and they can literally pass laws that limit corporate influence on themselves and the military. But why would they do that? Why would they hurt themselves? Oh, they do it because you demanded they do it. Because guess what? You are the boss of these politicians. You hire them, and you can fire them if they don't do what you want, dadgummit. So go out there and vote. Anyway, yeah. So that's the military.
Like Olivia Giuliana says, vote, vote, vote.
Industrial complex.
It sucks, but I appreciate y'all. And yes, Smedley Butler was a huge motivation boot camp, but they always leave that last part out because you'll only radicalize the young Marines coming out of boot camp. Yeah. They're like, we're gonna tell you about Smedley Butler, but we're gonna leave out the part where he was an anti-imperialist. He was against U.S. wars. He wrote a fucking book about it. He wrote a book about how war is a racket. We're just gonna leave out that part, and we're gonna tell you about the other stuff. I appreciate your poignant and easily comprehensive way of talking about world history and geopolitics. Hassan's my guy, but your style and candor is a lot more approachable. Great option for anyone looking to broaden their knowledge without getting yelled at. What I always say, and what I stress, is that there's a lot of political topics, right? And I don't know everything about everything. And a lot of people in here don't know everything about everything. So as far as things being like complicated as to having a perfect recall for history and for facts, and having a wide breadth of politics and history and geography and all that stuff, that's hard. That is hard. But I think that I think that when talking about a lot of these topics that we talk about, you realize like, oh, it's actually not complicated when you really get to the heart of it. And I think people want you to believe that it's complicated or that you don't know anything. You know, you don't know anything about anything because they don't want you to understand that you do understand what's going on here. Like, we get it. You know, it's all coming from the same shit. Like, when you realize money, profit is at the root of so many of these issues that we talk about, right? And we, I say that all the time too, specifically about Israel and Palestine, where that gets thrown around constantly. Oh, it's so complicated. Oh, this is a very, very complicated geopolitical issue. Like, you know, you don't know anything about this, or you can't speak on this. It's just complex. And so people will hear that and be like, oh, okay, great. I certainly couldn't know anything about this. I couldn't have an opinion on this because it's so complex. But when you realize like what's going on, and it's not hard to understand, and you don't have to know hundreds of years of history to get that it is morally reprehensible what Palestinians are enduring, and that we're talking about like a violation of human rights, you know, the right to life, the right to have dignity, the right to the right to freedom. And if like you just always understand why. Who is it that wants me to think that this is so complicated that I shouldn't speak on it and I shouldn't even bother to try to learn about it, right? Like, what are the motivations of those who will shut me down with it's too complicated for you? And it's why too, like, oh, you know, what do you leftists even want? What do you'll never be satisfied, like that type of bullshit. It's not complicated what people are asking for. It's very simple. The demands are very clear. And anyone trying to obfuscate that is doing so purposefully. And you always need to think about what is the motivation here behind somebody saying like, well, you don't even know what this is about, or you don't even know what you're asking for. Yes, we do. We do, in the simplest of terms, to stop sending bombs. Like when once you recognize that the bombs that are being dropped on the heads of Palestinians, you know, the images of blown apart babies that you're seeing, like when you understand where those bombs are coming from, and you understand that, oh, if the bombs stop being sent, then this can't keep happening like this. So the bombs need to stop being sent. That's not hard to understand. And anyone who tries to act like it is doing so because they don't want the bombs to stop being sent. I made the unfortunate choice of going on Reddit and it was full of those comments. Oh yeah. Yeah. I think it is I think it's one of those things where when you start looking at people who argue this way and you consider what their motivations are, then it makes it very clear, right? It depends on where you go on Reddit, sure. Yeah, absolutely. One good video or lecture is all it can take to radicalize someone to pay greater attention. Yeah. I think that there's probably a lot of us who maybe you don't remember, maybe you do, but you like remember that thing that you read, that thing that you saw that just opened your eyes, right? And that was the beginning of your that was the beginning of your clarity of waking up and understanding, oh, and then everything else then that comes after that only enhances your historical understanding and, your breadth of knowledge on the topic. But it's like, just even this little this short conversation we've had tonight, breaking down a few facts about military spending and, talking about like how we keep doing war because war is profit, war is money. That's not hard to understand. It was an article explaining abortion for me in high school. Yeah. It was a random news article when I was like 15. Yeah, sometimes you just read like one quote. You see something and go, what? Wow. I never thought about this before.
So what do you think is the military?
This is why I respect Hassan so much. He's developed, even if on accident, a whole pipeline to get people educated and radicalized. And you and all the other friends in the space are part of that complex. It's one of those where I'm sure he says this all the time because this is how I feel. And I've only been doing this for less than 2 years. But streamers shouldn't be your end all be all, right? I certainly don't want to be that for anybody. I don't want to be where you go to get all the answers because I don't have all the answers to everything. And I also don't think that your education and your your journey should start and stop with me. No, I don't. I know. Shocking, right? Sorry, maybe that means that I don't really have an ego here. I mean, I do have an ego, but not an ego that's like, I am a God King. I am Lord Supreme. Everything I say is all that you need to know. Is this your kind way to say we should read? I think constantly expanding your knowledge through a variety of sources is very good, right? And I also don't cover everything on here. I've seen enough to know I've finally arrived. Relevant clip of Selena becoming a war criminal. Wait, did you see the clip of Julia Louis-Dreyfus at the DNC and she's got her assistant with her and Ryan Grimm of Ryan Grimm, formerly of The Intercept, and now he's Drop Site News, I think. He's like, hey, Julia, we just have one question. And her assistant, Lisa, she's like, no, thank you. We're not doing any questions. No, we're not. And he's like, just one question? No. Okay, this is the media area. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. It was like, this is real life, Veep. This is Amy. Been watching Hassan for 2 years, but Cutie radicalized me, Caroline. What pipeline is that? Hassan's got to watch out. Cutie's going to be out here radicalizing more folks than he has, and not in the same way. Cutie is secretly, not so secretly, radicalizing the masses.
Selena, you have put me in a terrible situation. You have just admitted to being a war criminal.
Do they give Nobel Peace Prizes to war criminals, Minna?
All the time. Aung San Suu Kyi, Henry Kissinger, and also the prize that you're being, it is not the Peace Prize.
Oh, don't start with that.
It is a second-tier Peace Prize.
No.
It is made of very hard plastic.
You have left me with no choice. I must report you. Okay, well then, you've left me with no choice.
That was your phone. I called Interpol before we got in the car.
Come on, wait up.
Hey, Nina, just a second.
Sweet Viking Christ. Come on, just call Interpol back. Tell them that you made a mistake.
I am sorry, Selena. I have a commitment to the principles of truth and justice.
As the former president of the United States, truth and justice can gargle my balls.
Move the fuck out of my way. Ma'am, the ICC has issued a warrant for your arrest for war crimes.
That's because autistic Barbie here tattled on me over the wedding drone strike.
Not autistic Barbie.
No, the DRA guy.
Which was the only one?
Correct.
Well, Secret Service says the Norwegian police are all over the airport and the hotel.
Ma'am, you will be extradited to The Hague and imprisoned under Article 8 of the Rome Statute.
Selena, if you request it, I can offer you asylum. You can stay here at the embassy.
I just as soon stay at an embassy suites.
Ma'am, it's your only shot.
Really? Fine. I'll stay here.
Good. Now you must formally request asylum.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go. They can shoot me as I make a run for
Fine.
it.
On behalf of the Finnish ambassador to Norway, I grant you asylum.
Is this show worth getting into? Yes.
She prefers the word spa.
1,000%. The Veep creator put out a wrote an op-ed actually, and was like concerned, kind of speaking with horror at how often Veep is compared to real life politics, because they're like, Veep is fake. Veep is fiction. That is an indictment on our political system that so many people are like, oh, this is just like Veep. Veep predicted this. That they have a Veep clip for everything. The Veep creator was like, this is bad. This is so bad. I used to think it was lib nonsense until I watched it. No, it's so good. I really recommend Veep. I've been wanting to do a rewatch of Veep. I watched Veep and then I rewatched half of Veep, I think during COVID. But I want to go back again. I think it's one of those shows that never gets old. You guys want me to risk getting DMCA'd to watch Veep? Really? You want me to risk it for the biscuit? Is this what I'm hearing? This is what we have become? Democratic National Brat. I think I will.
Question to answer. I feel like that's almost
wanna end
not
it.
possible to answer. I feel like there's
Would you rather have a democracy or access to abortions?
either or. I feel like that's a very tough question to answer. I feel like that's almost not possible to answer. I feel like I couldn't pick one or the other.
Even if you had to choose?
If I had to choose,
Can we get a final answer? I know it's hard.
I guess access to abortions.
It's Brat Summer! The Queen of the Brats has arrived! Yes, Queen!
Do not come.
Are you as hard as I am right now? She's
Good
something
stuff.
special.
That's good stuff.
Can we please, this year, it'd be so brat, have a higher tax rate for rich white men?
Well, if we have a Democratic Congress, we certainly will.
Yeah, baby. Tax those rich old whiteys. Come on. Are you worried Donald Trump's going to weaponize the justice system if he gets in power?
I'm concerned about Project 2025. And it's important that individuals understand that Project 2025 basically consolidates power in the hands of one dangerous man.
Yeah.
And so it's really critically
Start
important.
prosecuting his political enemies.
Exactly.
I feel like between this and this, content creators and like, you know, small media companies are never going to be invited
What's your favorite
back.
policy of Kamala's?
That's a hard one.
What's your favorite policy of Kamala's?
Her being president.
That's your favorite policy position?
Oh, yeah.
How so?
Because it covers everything that she defends.
I'm really excited for her to restore reproductive rights across America. How do you think she'll go about doing that? I don't know.
Fun question.
I don't know. I'm picking and
Wow,
choosing.
what a fun question.
I really like most of them.
So you have to look at it broadly, right? It's about what she stands for right now.
What's your favorite of Kamala's policies?
I'm trying to think. Well, actually, more of like, well, you know, what Waltz comes in.
All of her policies, everything from I'm non-binary, and so.
Okay, to be fair, tough question, because yeah, Kamala still doesn't have a policy section on the website. Okay, when people are like, yeah, well, when Kamala says we're going to restore reproductive rights, it's like, yeah, but that's generalized. Where's the specifics here? How are we going to go do this? They're like, those are policies. Every time Kamala says that we're going to like save the middle class, that's a policy. It's like, wow, okay, you know what? I'm going to dive into a dumpster.
All of the policies for basic human rights to have our own bodies
She's
and
not
do with
Trump.
them
That's
as
my
we
favorite
please,
policy.
You know?
Her willingness to move forward on affordable health care.
How do you think she'll do that as president?
I think she'll work to motivate the legislature to vote in favor of it.
As like her as a person, just like tops out any policy. I really admire her.
Great. Yeah, that is a perfect summation of the team sports aspect of politics that we've been talking about. I just like her as a person. It's just vibes. I love the vibes. I don't care. I don't know what she has to say, and I don't care because I just think she's great. You know, she's the aesthetics of Kamala Harris. And it's funny because I reposted this. I said vibes in blue no matter who. And the whole point of pointing stuff like this out is to draw the parallels between the cult of personality around Donald Trump and around Kamala Harris, whoever the Democrat is, right? The blue MAGA and red MAGA, the team sports, the red team versus blue team. These are the base supporters. And yet every time like, oh, if you point this out about Democrats, you're like, oh, I just think it's her. I just think that she's bratty, she's girl bossy, all this. You went out there like, oh, you think that you think MAGA's not like this? No, we do. We know. Did you see the ear bandages? I saw the ear bandages. What we're pointing out is that this exists on both sides. But of course, these same people who would not have anything to say about Kamala other than, yeah, I just think she's awesome, would look at MAGA and be like, and recognize the cult of personality there, recognize the team sports there. They would make fun of them, right? They do make fun of them. They make fun of their obsession of Donald Trump and, you know, wearing Donald, like the ugliest Donald Trump merch, having the bandages on their ears, stuff like that. Okay, I want to talk about
Born in the
I want
USA.
to talk about Born in the USA because something that both Republicans and Democrats did at their at the RNC and the DNC was Born in the USA. They played the song, people in the crowd cheering. What is that noise? I'm hearing music coming from somewhere. Is that a sign of a stroke? Sounds like it's coming in coming from in my apartment. Huh, that's weird. It was like, strange. Anyway, so Born in the USA played at both the RNC and the DNC and is frequently used as a patriotic song. And part of what like Blue MAGA and libs have been trying to do is, no, I don't smell toast. Not yet. What they've been trying to do is reclaim patriotism. They're like, you guys don't get the American flag. You guys don't get the USA chants. You guys don't get to lay claim to all things, all things USA patriotic related. We're going to do that too. But here's the thing, okay? People seem to have no understanding that Born in the USA is not a patriotic song. This is a song that Bruce Springsteen made in response to the Vietnam War and veterans who were coming home, disillusioned, realizing what a fucking lie everything was, realizing how their country didn't give a shit about them. Oh, we give a shit about you when we're sending you overseas to kill Vietnamese and many of you and many of your fellow soldiers also dying. But you get home and, oh, yay, welcome back. We don't give a fuck. We don't care about you. And then the realization that the Vietnam War was a disaster and that it was not like this. It was not this grand heroic thing. And so anyway, Bruce Springsteen wrote this song from the POV of a guy returning from the Vietnam War. And listen to the lyrics, okay? Because the fact that Born in the USA has now been turned into a patriotic song and one that is being, one that's being showcased at both the RNC and the DNC to crowds of people who truly have no idea what this song is. It's literally My Life Sucks, but what can I do? I was born in the USA.
It is considered by many to be Bruce Springsteen's most important album.
Yeah,
when
and
it was
this is considered to be Bruce, being the most political, and in that politics being anti-war and anti-US.
It was released in 1984. It made a clear statement on American life.
Anti-establishment.
And the lyrics
It's like
and the music
Fortunate Son,
continue
yeah.
to have an influence today.
First kick I took was when I hit the ground.
Its simplicity and relatability helped make it an album that resonated across America. But as well as being one of Springsteen's most acclaimed albums, it's also one of his most misunderstood. On the face of it, it's an anthem to America, about what it means to be a working American, exploring themes such as love, money, success and failure. But this album actually has a darker side, and is not actually as patriotic as you might think. Although Born in the USA was released in 1984, we need to go back more than 10 years to really understand the origins of this album. Back to 1973, when Springsteen released his debut album, Greetings from Asbury Park, New Jersey. This album was an introduction to Springsteen's introspective style of songwriting.
Yeah, but it has the USA
and it reflected
in
many
it.
of his experiences and observations growing up in New Jersey. It's also an insight into many of his own influences, including Bob Dylan, whom Springsteen was often compared to due to the poetic nature of his songwriting.
I think the first time I heard a version of America that I believed in, that felt real, that felt like it was tactile to me, that I could touch and understand, was in Bob's music,
Although the album was critically well acclaimed, it did struggle to find success commercially. His second album, The Wild, the Innocent and the E Street Shuffle, was in many ways a continuation from his debut album. It continues to build on Springsteen's storytelling, and again features many of the characters and narratives from his own life. The album features more elaborate songs and combines more elements of R&B, soul and jazz, and again is a continuation of his work with the E Street Band, who would go on to be his backing band throughout his career. This album received a lot of praise from critics and helped him to build a following in New Jersey. But again, it did struggle to find commercial success elsewhere.
A lot of Springsteen is about working.
But it was with his third album, Born to Run, that he finally made his first career-defining album. It characterized Springsteen's ambition and determination to make something truly meaningful and commercially successful.
I spent 6 months writing it and 6 months recording it, and it sort of developed as it went along into this very big piece of music.
Especially because of the pressure from his record label to release something that was a big seller.
Yeah, it's interesting because Born in the USA is far from the only clear anti-war, U.S. imperialism song that is used by establishment candidates and campaigns. And how much in the history of music that music has been used to make political statements, but how often like political protest songs ironically are used as campaign songs for candidates who are decidedly like the opposite of what those artists were singing about in the lyrics. Yeah, like all the music from the 60s and the 70s being popular campaign songs, popular political songs, where the message of the song is the exact opposite of what, of what the political candidate stands for. Music is more often than not a form of protest. It's crazy to see people just usurp them without the awareness of the history and messaging behind it. I know. Even while singing the lyrics and thinking that they know the song, but it's not about the message of the song. It's just like, oh yeah, everybody loves this song. Oh yeah, this song is, it's catchy. It's great.
But this was make or break stuff for you, right?
6 months.
It was. It was definitely make or break at the time. I knew, like I said, I knew it was what I wanted to create, but I didn't know if it was going to save me from being tossed off a record company at the time. At the time, I was held in very low esteem at my record company.
And whilst he still maintained his authentic storytelling approach to songwriting, he was able to craft them in a way which made them more relatable to people all across the country. His work with the E Street Band helped to create a strong and powerful sounding record that captured the energy and larger-than-life ambition that Springsteen had for this record. Born to Run was both critically and commercially successful, and features many of his classic songs that still make up part of his setlist today. But more importantly, it helped to create this image that he was a songwriter for the American people.
Like, it meant a lot to a lot of people, and a lot of people supported me on that thing. A lot of people in the English press did, and a lot of people in America. There was a lot of supporters that really helped get it out. Well, Friday night, paint a guy's fresh out of work.
I wonder what Bruce Springsteen and Obama talk about. Because that they're friends. Obama had his 60th birthday, and he kicked out his administrative officials and campaign staffers, because there was only a limited amount of room, and he prioritized his celebrity contacts. But Obama, Obama's famously good friends with Bruce, and I'm sure if I were to go back, what music was Obama listening to when he was in his weed smoking college days? I'm sure Obama was all over anti-war protest music, and just the sickening irony of him growing up and becoming the first 2-term president where America was engaged in a war in every year of his 8 years. That man loved war. Loves it. Loves drone bomber.
In the coming years, Springsteen's music became well known and well understood. His live shows with the E Street Band started to become something iconic, and a consistent quality of output gave him this unique authenticity, something which is sometimes difficult to maintain as you become more successful. Musicians often lose that authenticity. But for his audience, for America, things weren't always so great, and definitely not so consistent. The 1980s marked a time of great change in America, and for many people, especially the average working American, it was a difficult time. The most notable change came with the election of Ronald Reagan and his conservative economic policy.
It always goes back to Reagan.
Reaganomics, as it was known, involved tax cuts to corporations and wealthy individuals, and this did help lead the country to economic growth and lower unemployment. But it also created some inequality, and many working Americans felt left behind by these changes. Reagan also took a strong stance against workers' unions, and despite his charismatic personality, many Americans felt that he was out of touch with the working people.
Speaking of Reagan, it took me so fucking long the other night to get to meet up with Cutie and Sam Squared when we were going to Olivia Rodrigo, because I got stuck in the traffic for the premiere of Reagan, which is a new film starring Dennis Quaid as Reagan, and John Voight is in the film as well. And so they've both been doing press, and of course, that means going on Joe Rogan and talking about how great Trump is and cancel culture is horrible and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so if you don't know, there's a new film out titled Reagan, starring Dennis Quaid as the titular character. And it's about Ronald Reagan's path from Hollywood to Washington, D.C., overcoming the odds to become the 40th president of the United States. Yeah, so if that strikes your fancy, I'm sure it is highly critical of Reagan, for sure. Dennis Quaid, who went on Joe Rogan and aside from talking about how, he loves Trump and how liberal Hollywood is evil and all that shit, was just going on and on and on about how much he loves Ronald Reagan, how he, when he was in college, came back and his roommate, who was not a Reagan stan, when he found out that he voted for Reagan, was furious. The guy who directed Reagan, Sean McNamara, he also did these films: Soul Surfer, Miracle Season, Raise Your Voice, Casper, A Spirited Beginning, The King's Daughter, On a Wing and a Prayer, Three Ninjas, High Noon at Mega Mountain, and the Bratz movie. And Bratz the movie. Oh, yeah. So I was so pissed. Being stuck. And can I just say something that's kind of mean? The people who I saw at the premiere for Reagan, they all looked so trashy. Like, they were wearing the worst outfits. I didn't see like the stars of Reagan. I mean, people who were invited to the premiere, who were like getting out of cars and showing up to the premiere. They had the trashiest, worst outfits on. It was like such an ugly looking premiere. It did not have the classy glitz and glamour of other premieres. That's hilarious because Jack Quaid's in The Boys and is super anti-conservative. Oh, not to get weird and assume things that of course I know nothing of, but I have to imagine that Jack Quaid has gotten into an argument or two with his father. I have to imagine, because Dennis and Randy Quaid, who's like QAnon, Dennis Quaid is very conservative and openly supports Trump and rails against liberal Hollywood and all that. But Randy Quaid is deep in the QAnon sphere. The Quaids, man. But then Jack Quaid seems awesome. He seems like the coolest dude. On Father's Day this year, Jack Quaid posted a photo of him with Simon Pegg. Did he post a picture with his father? Or was it just a picture that he posted with Simon Pegg? Okay. That's pretty funny. I LOL'd when I saw Rogan talk to Russell Crowe about Donald Quaid. He didn't know about Meg Ryan. Oh, that's right. Okay, so I got to get my celebrity affairs in order here. Meg Ryan and Dennis Quaid were married, and those are the parents of Jack Quaid. And then I believe Meg Ryan and Russell Crowe had an affair. Let me just quick Google. While while she was married. Yeah, it was like a BFD, a big fucking deal. And I think I'm pretty sure it had an impact on her career. Now, here's the crazy thing. Dennis, before you're like, oh, I feel bad for Dennis Quaid, do not feel bad for Dennis Quaid. Do not. Dennis Quaid had cheated on Meg Ryan before she had what then became a public affair with Russell Crowe. So this was not a situation where it's like Dennis Quaid was, some innocent guy. How about the fact it took 10 years to get the film made because literally no one would fund it? Oh my God, I didn't know that. Took 10 years to get Reagan made. Dennis Quaid and Jon Voight have been working on this since 2014. Oh my God. Oh my God. This movie is going to be awesome. You know it's so good. You know that it presents Ronald Reagan in the way that Ronald Reagan was in real life. You know it's not like hopelessly biased towards him. It's awesome. I didn't even know a Reagan movie was coming out. Yeah, the only reason I knew was because I got stuck in the freaking traffic around the premiere of it. And I was like, what the hell? What is this? What premiere is this? And I look up and I see this giant Reagan. I see this giant poster of Dennis Quaid's face as Reagan. I'm like, oh my God, of course. If this makes me miss Olivia Rodrigo. Didn't Russell Crowe and Meg Ryan start an affair during the movie shoot Proof of Life? I don't remember that. But it's one of those, like, when talking about celebrity affairs, the Meg Ryan, Russell Crowe is always at the top of lists. And again, keep in mind, Dennis Quaid had cheated on Meg Ryan already. Like, this is not something where poor little Dennis Quaid was the perfect husband, and Meg Ryan is just evil. And then Dennis Quaid ended up marrying someone who is 35 years his junior. Dennis Quaid, Laura Savoy. Yeah, he's been married 4 times. 4 times. Laura Savoy, he married in 2020 when 39-year age gap. Yeah, so Dennis Quaid is 70 and his wife is 31 and they got married when she was 27. Yeah, I remember seeing pictures when she was like 25 or 26 and they were on some vacation together. It's like, oh, I could be his wife. True, I'm 31. That is true. So if they ever break up, Dennis Quaid, I'm also 31 and I love Ronald Reagan. At least she's over 18. Yeah, that's how it goes with so many celebrity relationships though. Where it's like, okay, well, at least she's over 18. Isn't Jack 32? Oh, yeah, I think Jack is older than his dad's 4th wife. Yep, Jack is 32 years old. Older than his stepmother. Oh my God. Oh boy. You want the cast list for Reagan? Here, I'll pull it up. Born in the USA. Okay, Dennis Quaid is playing Ronald Reagan. Penelope Ann Miller is his wife, Nancy Throatgoat. Jon Voight plays Viktor Petrovich. Who else is in this? David Henry. Kevin Sorbo. Oh, Kevin Sorbo got a role, you guys. Scott Stapp is in this movie. Yeah, so they got a cast of like they got a cast of real rock stars. Who else did I don't know who this is. Darcy Lynn Farmer. American Ventriloquist. I don't know who that is. What is, are there any reviews out on this? Probably not. He just looked for everyone who's publicly said the N-word. Yeah, an open casting call to anyone who thinks that they've been canceled. Wasn't there something with, what did David Henry do? I feel like there's something tugging at my brain. Oh, I think he was like doing an ad for Birthright. Yeah. Yeah. David Henry wants you to come on Birthright. Okay, cool. I feel like we should watch the trailer.
Welcome to your life.
There's nothing a retired governor can do, but a president. Now he can do a thing or two.
Everybody wants to rule the world.
I will be frank with you that as a citizen, I would not like to see any political party outlawed on the basis of its ideology, because I still believe, Mr. Chairman, that democracy can handle it.
I was a brand new KGB officer, given my first intelligence assignment. A certain actor and union leader.
Dutch, there's a purpose for your life.
Oh my God, Cesar, thank you for the 10 community subs. Is that young Sheldon kid? No, it's not. Cesar, thank you so much. AZ Packer, thank you for the 3 months. I thought for a second that was young Sheldon.
You can run from a bully for so long, but after a while, you're gonna have to stand up to him.
Bro, why is this like Superman, Clark Kent shit?
It's about to be another war right here in Hollywood. The commies on one side, the mob on the other. And you're right in the middle, son.
If you put as much work into your career as you do making your speeches, you'd have an Oscar by now.
Hello, I'm Nancy Davis.
Hello, Nancy Davis. I'm Ron Reagan.
I'm curious, Ron. What would you say is the issue of our time?
No question about it. Communism and the Soviet Union.
Get in the game. Run for office.
It's you.
I'm running for governor.
Yeah, by the way, Ronald Reagan was a snitch. He told the FBI of suspected Hollywood commies. Don't forget about that. Do not forget about that.
Like your vote.
I forgot your name. Do his initials help or are? Honey, Roy Rogers is here. And he's running for governor.
And remember, he was previously the president of the Screen Actors Guild, which is the union that, represents actors in Hollywood, the union that I'm a part of. He was the head of SAG and testified before McCarthy's panel, the House Un-American Activities Committee, testified and resigned from SAG, and I can't remember what other group he resigned from, because he was convinced they had communist leanings. And so he ratted out a small group within SAG. He ratted them out as suspected commies.
Remember when we met? You told me that you wanted to make a difference in this world. You know what you have to do.
Governor Reagan again, typically, is against such a proposal.
There you go again.
But he was not afraid to take us on.
There's nothing a retired governor can do about the Soviets, but a president.
Sorry.
Now he can do it.
This is such a wet fucking dream. Okay, this is such a wet dream for people who like read Jack Ryan. For like Dan Clancy, or not Dan Clancy. Oh my God. Tom Clancy. As soon as I said it, I was like, that's not right. That's not right. Tom Clancy. We just talked about this on stream the other night. This is for like dads who are obsessed with Tom Clancy novels and think Ronald Reagan was the greatest president who still talk about communism and would think that Kamala Harris is a communist. What do you think the age demo for this movie is? Exactly as I just described.
Welcome to your life.
What is this
I was
these
a
music
lifeguard
choices?
on a river,
There's no turning back.
and I learned how to read the currents. Not just the ones on the surface, but also the ones deep underneath the water.
I am
10
about to
years in
start
the making.
The biggest war of this century, and I'm not going to fire a single shot.
You're gonna blow up 8 years of diplomacy.
Well, if you think that got their undies in a wad, you just wait.
What did the president know, and when did he know it?
What would you have me do?
I want you to fight!
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Wants to rule the world.
Sorry. Yeah, Scott Stapp plays Frank Sinatra. Damn, that looks so good. I bet that's gonna be so good. Not blowhard whatsoever. David Henry was arrested for carrying a gun at LAX as well. You know what? This is America, baby. I think this is the first tentpole. This is the tentpole first release for the distribution production company. Kevin Mitchell, Richie Faye, and Scott Kennedy launch ambitious U.S. film distributor Showbiz Direct. We are looking for thought-provoking, commercially viable content from smaller films through tentpole releases, appealing to a wide audience. You know what? That describes Reagan exactly. Dennis Quaid says he wants son Jack to reverse Nepo baby him. Dennis Quaid, father of the boy star Jack Quaid, has a request for his son. How about a little help over here, he told Entertainment Tonight Tuesday at the Hollywood premiere of his movie Reagan. I don't mind the Nepo thing myself, okay? Reverse Nepo, I'll take it. The elder Quaid was, of course, referring to the term Nepo baby, which is given to the offspring of people working in an industry where their parents are already successful. The son of Dennis and ex-wife Meg Ryan, herself an immensely accomplished actor, best known for her work in romantic comedies, has acknowledged being part of that class. I'm inclined to agree with the label, the younger Quaid told the Daily Beast in July. I'm an immensely privileged person, was able to get representation pretty early on. That's more than half the battle. Okay. Yeah, so it seems like daddy might be needing some money, and that's also why he's like trying to get Reagan made, aside from his, personal love of Ronald Reagan. And it also seems as if daddy is taking a look at at offspring's career and going, damn, my son is killing it. And I am spending 10 years to get Reagan made, which will surely be very successful. I'm reading up on this stupid movie. He started filming in September 2020 and was immediately shut down a couple weeks later because of a COVID outbreak. Look, they persevered just like Ronald Reagan did. I bet you his dad has reached out and been like, buddy, we should do something together. Buddy, let's do a movie together. Buddy, wouldn't it be fun? a father and son film. I wonder if he asked him to be in Reagan. I wonder if he was like, will you please be in my movie? Hey, kiddo. Hey, kiddo. Oh, I just think of Dennis Quaid in Parent Trap. Why, Dennis Quaid? Why did you have to grow up and your career becoming that of doing films like Reagan? Yeah, imagine going from Oppenheimer to Reagan. Yeah, I would love to know. I would love to know if Dennis approached Jack and said, "Please be in Reagan." And Jack was like, "No, sorry, Dad. Really busy doing a Christopher Nolan. We think it might get Best Picture." Yeah, Jack's like, "No, Father, I have a career still. I'm not gonna be in your fuck ass Reagan movie." Yeah, and I bet he's like, "But it's great because you're my son and you can play the younger version of me playing Reagan. It'll be awesome. What a lovely father-son thing that we can do." Hey, buddy, do you think I could get on The Boys? Hey, kiddo. Yeah, I was just wondering, if there's room for me to be on that little show of yours. Weirdly like Homelander and his son. Yeah. Dennis Quaid gives off so much divorced dad energy, but then again, that's all Republicans. I mean, he has been married and divorced 4 times. He's currently married to a gal who's almost 40 years his junior. So we'll see. we'll see if he ends up going on to marriage number 5. All right. Well, how did we get on that? Oh, this video brought up Ronald Reagan. I'm like, how do we get on the Ronald Reagan train?
It left much of the working class feeling left
Ronald
behind.
Reagan.
And like the American dream was
American hero.
Under the leadership of President Reagan, our country is prouder and stronger and better. Why would we ever want to return to where we were?
I had a job, I had a girl, I had something gone, mister, in this world.
Bruce Springsteen, being both a voice and a product of the working class, felt that this...
You know what, though? You know what? I keep giving Reagan props when it comes to his handling on Israel because the bar is so in fucking hell. Reagan vetoed something like 21... Reagan chose not to veto something like 21 UN resolutions condemning Israel and its various activities. So to just put that in perspective, okay? So Reagan allowed like 21 of those resolutions to go through where he agreed, and he's like, Israel is violating international law. This is illegal. George W. did like 6. I think his father was at like 10. And then Obama only vetoed 1. And Joe Biden, 0. Just to put things in perspective there.
Changing American landscape needed a response, and one that represented the views of those left behind. The result was Born in the USA. It would be Springsteen's biggest commercial success and one of his most important albums.
When I wrote that song, I said, hey, no, like that's mine too. And that experience is not the same experience that you're talking about and that's being put forth as the American experience, you know?
The album took 2 years to record, as he was also working on the Stripped Back Nebraska album at the same time.
I am Just Luca, thank you for the 10
contrast,
months.
Born in the
Blue,
USA is a more
23.
pop-styled record and much more accessible. At the core of this album is this reflection on American identity.
In that time of Reagan, there was so much protest and there was against the Vietnam War, but Bruce was saying, hey, what we believe and what we feel is just as American as what you might think.
What did it really mean to be an American citizen in the 1980s? Springsteen knew what it meant to have this American dream. His entire career was this clear portrayal of that.
Bruce has obviously got the image of being the voice of a certain kind of working class guy.
And with this album, he was able to channel this into a series of stories. This is ultimately what this album is. It's a collection of 12 stories of what life was really like at that time.
Iconic
Its placement
album
in
cover.
popular culture is of course helped by the iconic cover image of Springsteen in front of the American flag. And the immense success of the album created a total of 7 top 10 singles. Although unbelievably, when the record was finished, he was told that it contained no hits, and he'd have to go away and write another song. Springsteen replied, "I've written 70 songs. If you want another one, you write it." Reluctantly, he went away and he wrote Dancing in the Dark that same night. But as well as being this classic pop album, there's of course more behind the meaning than what meets the eye. The title track, Born in the USA, is often used as an emblem of American patriotism. But it's actually ironic.
I mean, Born in the USA is not ambiguous. All you gotta do is listen to the verses. If you don't listen to the verses, you're not gonna get the whole song. You're just gonna get the chorus.
It was written during this time when many people didn't feel so proud to be American. It's often used during rallies and victory speeches, but it's written from the perspective of someone who wants to be a proud American, but actually saw that they weren't taking care of their veterans and their working people.
The character's sense of pride and misinterpreted, certainly in the spirit of the time, as just some blanket, you know, America, my country right or wrong, and all the bullshit that, you know.
America's future rests in 1,000 dreams inside your hearts. It rests in the message of hope in songs of a man so many young Americans admire,
Used to sell trucks.
New Jersey's own Bruce Springsteen.
Surprisingly
Get his
for
name out of your
Springsteen,
mouth.
this album holds mixed feelings. This album made him richer and more famous than anything he'd ever done before. And he felt that if people thought he was making music for money, he'd lose all credibility.
So much of your music is about surviving, about being disillusioned with the American dream. And yet you're the personification of the American dream. You've made it. How do you reconcile those two things?
I don't know. You know, it's not something I've resolved in some fashion, you know.
And today, well, I think most people would...
Yeah, what a crazy thing where this album, which was about working class struggles and being disillusioned with the American dream and being anti-war, etc., and it being what catapulted him into the exosphere of fame and wealth. And it's like, God damn, the amount of money that I made from this album about working class struggles.
Tell you that the title track is not the best song on the album. It's just the loudest. But it opened the door to many people connecting music to their lives. But the music on this record, and especially the themes within the lyrics, are universal and still apply in so many ways today. Born in the USA has remained as one of Springsteen's most iconic albums. His live shows with the E Street Band are just incredible, and the energy of his records create this powerful connection to the listener. But if you ask any Springsteen fan what it is they love about his music, they'll almost certainly say the storytelling. It's being able to see their own lives reflected in the music, and Born in the USA is perhaps his greatest achievement in this sense.
People should be allowed the freedom of their own imagination, for one thing. You know, it's like a song like, say like My Father's House or something was on the last record. And like I said, everybody sees a different house.
This record might be nearly 40 years old, but the stories within the songs and the meaning within the lyrics are just as important today, perhaps even more so.
Republicans try to understand lyrics challenge. Fortune's and Born in the USA, any of the right wing fuckheads to listen to Pink Floyd. Yeah, wait, what was the latest with Beyonce suing or sending a cease and desist? Beyonce Trump. Beyonce threatens cease and desist over Trump campaign's Freedom video, which first of all is crazy because that's Kamala's song. Like Kamala's song that Beyonce gave her permission to use is freedom. Like, I guess that this was maybe some staffer who put it over. I don't fucking know. The Trump campaign did not receive permission to use the Lemonade track in the 13-second video of Trump getting off a plane in Michigan that Trump campaign spokesperson Stephen Chung posted on Tuesday. As of press time Wednesday, the video was still up. I'm sure it's gone now. Yep. Despite her label issuing the cease and desist. On Monday, the Harris-Walz campaign debuted a new ad soundtrack by Freedom, with actor Jeffrey Wright providing the narration. What kind of America do we want? One where we're divided, angry, depressed? Come on, we're Americans. Fascism, we conquered it. Did we? The moon landed on it. The future, building it. Freedom, nobody loves it more. Harris has been using freedom since her presidential campaign began earlier this summer. At her first public appearance after securing Biden's endorsement, she walked out on the stage while Freedom played. Trump, meanwhile, is notorious for using music at his campaign rallies without the artist's permission, with the former president receiving pushback and legal threats from dozens of musicians over the unauthorized usage of their song. One thing I will say is that if you are a Democrat, you have the advantage with big artists and celebrities, you know, liberal Hollywood. And if you're Donald Trump, if you're the Republican Party, you're going to get a cease and desist. I mean, Celine Dion was like, I did not give permission for My Heart Will Go On. And really, My Heart Will Go On? Really? Really, Donald Trump? Let's be clear. Hey, Foo Fighters, did you let Trump use My Hero to welcome RFK Jr. on stage? No. This is why Trump has Kid Rock. That's who Trump has. Do you think Trump wants to use Kid Rock's songs for all of his campaign stuff? No. But that's who he has. He's got Kid Rock. He's like, who else is another artist that Kid Rock and Ted Nugent? Yeah. Oh, and Lil Pump. I forgot he has Lil Pump. Yeah, I guess he's got Jason Aldean. I guess Jason Aldean dedicated remember when Trump got shot? Remember when Trump got shot? You guys remember that? And anyway, Jason Aldean dedicated Try That in a Small Town, which again, Trump got shot in a small town. So don't quite understand that there. And he's got the MAGA rappers, I get. Yeah, but he doesn't have any big stars. Lee Greenwood. Lee Greenwood performed at the RNC. No, he doesn't have any of the big dogs. So every time they use a song that they didn't get permission for, they get a cease and desist. Does Amber Rose, she raps, right? I think probably. I think so. We can count her. Well, he got Lil Wayne. Yeah, it's still not killing it in the music department. Real Patriots only listen to this song. This song still slaps. Party in the USA. This slaps.
I hopped on the plane in LAX with a dream in my cardigan. Welcome to the land of famous X. Oh, am I gonna fit in?
This is America's anthem.
Jumped in the cab, here I
am. 1 billion views.
Look to my right, here I see the Hollywood sign. This is all so crazy. Everybody seems so famous. My tummy's turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. That's when the taxi man turned on the radio and a Jay-Z song was on.
Fred again played this at the end of Coachella.
And the Jay-Z song was on. So
this song, you guys, this is 14 years old. 14 years old. Still the best. Yeah. The USA. You've heard this thousands of times and didn't know it was Miley Cyrus?
Get to the club in my taxi cab.
Everybody's looking at me now. Like, who's that chick that's rocking kicks? She gotta be from out of town. She's not like the other girls. Girls not around me. This definitely not a Nashville party.
Cause all I see is the letters. I guess I never got the memo. My tummy's turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. It's when the DJ dropped my favorite tune. And the Britney song was on. And the Britney song was on. And the Britney song was on. So I put my hands up to play my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. Got my hands up to play my song. You know I'm gonna be okay.
Isn't she in a cult now? No. What cult did you think she was in? Wait, what? Hold on. Miley Cyrus.
The DJ plays my song and I feel alright. So I put my hands up to play my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. Got my hands up to play my song. You know I'm gonna be okay.
Okay, I'm looking at Google and it's all like gossip blog sites, faux moi type of stuff. So, has Miley Cyrus joined a cult? Investigation. So this is from last year. A number of fans believe that the singer has joined the elusive modern mystery school cult. What is that? Okay, so it's not been lost on fans of Miley Cyrus. The singer's been keeping a low profile since the release of her last summer album, Endless Summer Vacation, which came out in March this year. While some have argued that she's been out of the limelight as she's not producing new music, she has now started teasing the release of an upcoming single titled Used to Be Young. Others have suggested that Cyrus's silence is evidence that she has actually joined a cult called the Modern Mystery School. The rumor appeared to have originated on Twitter, where all great cult rumors originate, with users posting selfies taken by the singer alongside her cult friends. Now, that's just LA. The theory then gained traction after a TikTok video about the rumor went viral. Okay, hang on. I just saw on Twitter that Miley Cyrus is now in a cult. The cult is called the Modern Mystery School, and it's not really a school. It's allegedly an organization that trains healing practitioners in the tradition of the lineage of King Solomon. Oh. These healers are encouraged to join sacrifices every year and sign contracts stating that they aren't allowed to tell anyone about it. These two girls, Lily and Blue, were allegedly healers at the cult school. They allegedly met Miley in February of God forbid women have hobbies. 2023, right after Flowers dropped, and encouraged her to join their cult. And allegedly this is the reason that Miley's been so MIA. No performances, no public appearances, no promotion for the album at all. Aside from the Disney Plus special that was back in March. Fans are speculating that Miley's Instagram is being run by an intern. Her first couple of posts about Flowers were very loving, very personal. And as the weeks went on, they sounded very AI generated, which makes people think that someone is posting on her behalf. Miley's sister Brandy also went on a podcast and spoke a little bit about Miley's absence.
I'm not speaking for Miley, I'm not speaking for anybody, I'm not speaking for fans. But from what I gather, fans are a little frustrated that Miley's been a little quiet on social media and maybe not doing public performances. This is what the fans tell me, is that, you know, where is Miley? We miss her. Like, we want to see her play, and she's not doing those things. And so people say crazy shit.
Something similar to this also allegedly happened after the Bangers era. Miley kind of disappeared and started hanging out with this Wayne Coyne character. This man was 62 years old and very notorious for his drug use and his cult-like leadership.
Back in 2012, he enlisted a bunch of celebrities to donate blood and add it into a vinyl record. The two also performed together back in May of 2014. And during this performance, there were accusations of drug use. There are also concerns that Miley is very easily manipulated and influenced by the partners that she's with, kind of picking up the hobbies and interests of whatever partner she's dating at the time.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is hilarious, though. Let's start with Patrick Schwarzenegger. He was Miley's boyfriend for less than a year, and because he opened a pizza store, Miley developed a pizza obsession. Who doesn't have a pizza obsession? Her partner for Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. I mean, look. Is this one of those things where I'm willing to believe that any A-list star, especially one who's been famous for so long and comes from a crazy family, could be in a cult? Yeah, absolutely. It's like more common than uncommon. Her partner for 6 months, Caitlyn Carter, during this relationship, her entire personality and attitude changed. Fans noticed Miley's style changed too, mimicking Caitlyn's.
At the time. And this is a picture of Miley with these two girls again, Blue and Lily, from one of their healing cult lectures in May. This is obviously all alleged, but it is really odd. And I just hope that Miley's okay. Leave your thoughts below, guys.
Okay, so what the hell? How do I get... Oh, I was like, how do I get that off my screen? So here's the thing. Here's the thing you have to also understand about Los Angeles, okay? Los Angeles and rich white women in Los Angeles, they love this crystal healing, they love all that shit. Remember when I described when I went to go get acupuncture and how crazy it was? And then this woman charged me $500 for it and was doing burp healing. Like this kind of thing really draws in rich white ladies. So some people will be like, "Oh, it's a cult." But sure, like I think that there are definitely cults, but also it's like how the culture is, how it is in the wealthy circles in Los Angeles. She healed you though? Yes, she healed me. She healed me by burping on me. Okay, how do I go? Where was my... Oops, I guess I never closed Walking Dead. Where did the cult thing go that I was reading? This is from Fletcher. I'm no longer involved with MMS. I was listed on the website because I took a few introductory classes. So this is the cult that people think Miley's in. What was I looking at? Dazed. Okay. Further insight into the org did not resonate with me in any way. I do not support, subscribe, or condone any mission or rhetoric that's anti-LGBTQ+ in any form, spiritually, politically, or otherwise. Okay, so Modern Mystery School, maybe anti-LGBTQ. Shawn Mendes is also allegedly in the same cult. I have to say I've never heard of MMS. This is a new one for me. What is MMS? It is an international organization that trains and certifies, this is per their website, trains and certifies healing practitioners and teachers in the tradition of the lineage of King Solomon. Oh my God. Wow. Oh, this guy, yeah, definitely doesn't look like a scammer. This guy looks like he also would be doing... This guy looks like he'd be like the creepy magician dude who does magic at a streamer event. Okay, Modern Mystery School. Cool. The school has a major presence in the UK, Canada, the USA, Japan, South Africa, and Brazil, and claims that its mission is to create peace on this planet by uplifting the hearts and minds of humanity. In 2021, Vice published an investigation. You know that if there's a cult, Vice has an investigation into the MMS where students claim that they spent at least $20,000. At least $20,000 to reach the school's upper ranks. Some former students even claim that they handed over hundreds of dollars to access what the school describes as the top of the pyramid of training. So they literally have pyramid in the description of this company. They have pyramid. Definitely not a scheme. Definitely not a scam. The article went on to describe how former students were exploited and described the organization as a cult and spiritual pyramid scheme, where members face psychological trauma, spiraling debts, and relationship breakdowns. Others allegedly experienced bullying and manipulation, financial and sexual exploitation, and feared physical or spiritual consequences. Some students also told Vice that they were required to sign a non-disclosure agreement in which they state they will always speak in good and positive terms about the school and its teachers. Everybody's out here just trying to be Scientology. So why do people think that Miley has joined? You found the Vice video on them.
All around the world,
Oh
people
my
are being
God.
reborn through ancient ritual to activate their optimum selves, channel their spiritual light, and defeat evil.
This guy, you know he uses the word Oriental to describe Asian women, okay?
These are the warriors of the modern mystery school, true believers dedicated to saving the planet with their own secret methods of martial arts, metaphysics, and magic.
And you just see this
Leading
video.
this
Okay, hold
crusade
on.
is founder-in-chief Gudni Gudnason, an Icelandic healer who claims he is a direct descendant of the god Thor, a man with extraordinary and potentially dangerous powers.
Bro, we gotta stop white people from going into Asian countries and pretending like they are descendants of gods. Selling them a bunch of bullshit, being like, come on this path that I have laid out for you and your life will be changed.
One part shaman, one part TV pitchman, Gudni turns skeptics into believers with a potent blend of marketing savvy and mystical propaganda,
Wow.
including his own origin story.
I was born under weird circumstances, and I was born an identical twin. My brother, though, he died about 30 minutes after he was born. Because of the connection between twins, you know, I was with him more than...
All my life, I had a lump at the back of my neck, right here. Always a lump. Then I started menopause and the lump got bigger from the hormones. Hormones. It started to grow. So I go to the doctor and he did the biopsy. Inside the lump, he found teeth and a spinal cord. Yes, inside the lump was my twin.
Here. You know, I would wake up in the morning,
That's my
but
big fat
I
Greek
wasn't
wedding, if
really
you don't
there.
know.
My mother put me on the floor, and I would just sit there all day, and my soul was not in my body. I was raised with beings that, you know, we normally call gods or angels, and these beings. That was the first 10 years of my life.
If you take everything he says at face value, his life is very interesting.
Ragnar Hansen is one of the few outsiders ever given access inside the modern mystery school. He has spent the last 2 years filming a documentary about Gudni.
Kvartskrystal. Gudni is a boy from Iceland, from Reykjavik, who grew up here and obviously had high hopes and dreams for himself and managed to somehow achieve it through sheer willpower and imagination mostly.
In his early 20s, Gudni latches on to local martial arts experts who are also twins.
He's an artist.
They soon become his mentors. And when they get roles in an Icelandic cult film, Gudni gets one too. He tastes the limelight and is hooked. He leaves behind a wife and child to follow.
Okay, I forgot this is Vice, so they would have blurred this out. I genuinely was like, oh, I'm banned.
The twins to Sweden, performing with them, living with them, and absorbing their teaching style.
Oh my God,
Gudni
no.
also experiments with spiritualism, focusing in particular on secret societies dedicated to the study of paranormal and the occult.
No.
Inspired, he leaves behind a second wife in Sweden and returns to Iceland, where he quickly makes a splash in the local press.
Meðir ekki hvor annan. Það er aldrei slegið þannig í gegnum líkami mannsins, heldur stoppað á honum.
He triggers national outrage running a fight club for children.
Olympic boxing.
Oh my God! This guy ran a fight club for children? He's like, okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. The first rule of Fight Club, you can't tell anyone. You can't tell your parents. You cannot speak of this at all.
And contact sports was illegal in Iceland.
Oh my God.
These were just kids, untrained kids.
This does feel like a Will Neff character. A Will Neff character of like exactly this. A guy who starts a fight club for children.
Beating each other up.
He is exposed for lying about being a black belt in karate and is found to be running from mounting debts.
He had burned all his bridges and
Baby
had to
Fight
flee
Club.
Iceland in 1995.
Next stop,
A descendant
Utah.
of Thor.
Before too long, he's starting all manner of businesses and
Born
claiming
in a
himself an expert
volcano.
in all manner of things, running the edge bodyguarding and offering seminars in protecting yourself from school shootings and shilling magic potions on the internet.
Then two things happen. One, Gudni starts working with employees of Amway, America's leading multi-level marketing company.
We're earning extra income as Amway distributors.
Fizz, thank you for the
Bringing
tier
others
1.
into it. We're the world of Amway.
Two, he finds a third wife, Lori Seacrest, a local psychic running a successful healing business.
Dude!
Gudni and his wife at the time claimed that they were driving one night when they saw a plasma ship crash land into a lake. They
You
claimed
know what? You know what? There's a lid for every pot. There really is.
that they were taken on board this ship
Can't even find
given
one
access
wife.
to incredible technologies, and combined with the knowledge that they had been passed down through a 3,000-year lineage, it allowed them to fully activate human DNA for the first time, and that knowledge formed the basis of the mystery school curriculum.
I believe them.
In Utah, Gudni combines everything he has learned until now. Performance, mysticism, secret
Joel,
societies,
thank you.
manipulation.
Thank you, Joel. Thank you for the 5 community subs. You know what the thing about scammers is that it's never one scam. Like this, like the thing that they finally get found out for, or you know, whatever their biggest thing is, it's always like scams on scams on scams. It's always them going from one scam to the next. Schemes on scams on scams on schemes. Right? Like that's how it works. And when they have to, you know, there's a reason why they move from scam to scheme to scam.
Manipulation and salesmanship coalesce into a business idea that will bring thousands of followers under his spell. With Lori, he creates the Rocky Mountain Mystery School, an exclusive society
You
of
just like you can't do central casting on this guy any better. You can't do central casting on spiritual cult leader any better than what we have here.
magic and martial arts, open to anyone willing to pay.
Daller, thank you for the 11 months. Cheekwax, thank you for tier 1.
Why am I here? What is the purpose of my life? What should I be doing? All of our tools are aimed at answering these questions.
Goodney adds one final twist, straight from Amway's playbook, placing a premium on recruitment so students themselves grow the school and his profits.
Like, I'm just gonna say this. Okay, if a guy looks like this, is dressed like this, he either better be an extra in a John Wick movie or just know he's a schemer scammer. Okay.
He told me when he first came to America that he had $32 in his pocket, and 2 years later he had $1 million. And I was curious, and I asked him, how did you make that money? And he told me, multi-layer marketing.
If a guy has a ponytail and a kimono, a white guy with a ponytail and a kimono, run.
The modern mystery school seems to have become.
From the early 2000s onwards, the mystery school grows from a handful of meditation and martial arts classes in Utah to $1 million spiritual empire with chapters in Canada, South Africa, Britain, and Brazil. As Goodney's status grows, so do his infidelities. Lori files for divorce after exposing multiple affairs with students. They split the company,
shit.
and Goodney hits the road again.
Started in Utah, it's always Utah.
In Tokyo, Goodney leads the life of a spiritual guru with the perks of a rock star. He's married for a fourth time to Eiko, who shares his love of fantasy and joins Goodney on his world-saving mission.
Whatever it is you want, whatever dreams you have, I can.
I can.
Yes!
Once followers of modern mystery school reach a certain level, they can earn money by training new recruits, but often not more than they're paying out to reach elite status themselves. Students are told to charge as much as possible for classes in order to keep the money flowing in and up.
So for example, you're going to initiate someone. Private class, $5,000. Why shouldn't it be? It's one-on-one.
What?
Where's the money going to? Goodney Dave Hideto.
Dave Lanyon and Hideto Nakagomi
Oh my God. Oh my God. Why is everyone dressed like the cheesiest magician?
are Goodney's next in command.
And welcome to this broadcast. We are sitting in a spacecraft a few kilometers above Earth.
No.
Hideto Nakagomi helps to spread the teachings of the modern mystery school in the East.
No, dude. What are you talking about? That's what like every white girl in West Hollywood's apartment looks like.
I'm gonna now flow Hokutelet energy through the gate and straight
You're not
to you.
above Earth.
Dave Lanyon, who goes by the title Ipsissimus Thor, runs the school's day-to-day business.
I will tell you that at the highest end, the School of the Mage
Do you have a link for
program
this? Gonna sign
is probably about 4 years long, and it's about $100,000.
Yeah, actually, I am a student of MMS, and I'm looking to recruit students of my own, and I charge $10,000. No, actually, I charge $15,000, and that is subject to change whenever it changes. Per lesson, per class. And again, by the end of class, that price might change, because at the Murder Mystery School, we don't believe in anything staying the same, and we believe that is that's what causes stagnation in life, and so things are always in flux, always changing. So yeah, don't I just don't want you to be upset when we get to the end of class and maybe it costs more than that, you know. Which yarn member is most likely to actually join a cult?
Private healing sessions.
It feels not fair to put cutie.
Water on a pure medical grade.
Where's your compound located? A volcano.
I must have spent about 2 million rand And that's probably just off the cuff.
He kept telling me about this stuff that he was buying online. He was always he was usually tired when I met him because he stayed up on online auctions, buying all these autographed posters, a guitar owned by Michael Jackson, just all sorts of stuff.
What? This guy is exhausted because he's staying up so late on like eBay?
Så þetta meteorite og þessi líklega $4-5 million virði.
Oh, it's Vox how they prey upon
They
people.
say
Oh,
that when you come to the mystery.
Make no mistake. These people are fucking horrible, all right? People who do this shit, like spiritual betterment, cult, what ends up often being a cult. Yes, they prey upon vulnerable people who are looking for answers in life, who are looking for a path in life where they will feel like life makes sense. They will feel like there is purpose and meaning, and hand over $5,000 to be taught the ways from a guy who says he's descended from Thor.
School, you're going to be financially abundant, and the more classes you take, the more abundance. And it doesn't matter if you borrow money from the bank, because that's, money is energy, it's flowing. So borrow all the money that you can.
Money is flowing.
He's been running all his life. But
Hey guys, if you would like to give subs, or if you'd like to subscribe to this channel, just remember that money is flowing. So you should do that because it keeps flowing and it doesn't stop flowing. And so really when you sub, that money flows and it will come back to you and be even more money, because that is how the flow of money is. So even if you need to, get your mom's credit card and charge that, just that money will be flowing. That money will be flowing back. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub to Money Flowing. That's right. Exactly. Hexing, thank you so much for the 5 flowing subs. Fatal, thank you for the 3 months. Sure, bud. Mostly dumb. You are not mostly dumb for subscribing for 14 months. Sloppy Bussy, thank you for the Prime. Thank you. Yeah, that money flows from Amazon to here and back to space. Soda Not, thank you for the 5 flowing subs. Thank you. Those subs. You can see them flowing. Some Dirt, thank you for the 6 months. Jeff, thank you for the bits. Thank you. Westman, thank you for the gift. Jack Joe Jacket, thank you for the flowing sub. Thank you for the blessings. You're welcome. I'm also a descendant. I am descended from Zeus. Who's like the coolest god? Ronald Reagan. No. It's just George. Thank you for the 5 flowing subs. No, kind of cringe. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I'm not descended. No. I'm not descended from Zeus. I am a direct descendant of Jesus, though. Yes. Avendius, thank you for the tier 1. Raphael, thank you for the 10 months. I heard we're flowing in here. We're flowing all over the place.
I don't think he's ever really faced any real consequences.
like capitalize on people's racism. Say Mulan. I am descended from Mulan. Damn. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Again. Look at this guy. Look at his cape. He looks like he's doing Dungeons and Dragons. Like, I'm so sorry to Jager Larson. Thank you for the 17 flowing community subs. My God. My goodness. I can see it flowing. I can really see it flowing. B Sturm, thank you for the 21 months. Yeah, I don't mean to be like rude to Dungeons and Dragons. I'm not trying to insult Dungeons and Dragons. I just feel like in my mind, Dungeons and Dragons, like this would be a get up for that, you know? I'm about to piss off a lot of people, including Will. Where's my cape? So not all of us wear capes. Not all of us wear capes. Capes come from ascending to certain levels. So the next level that I ascend to will be the cape level. Okay, well, that is crazy, and apparently that is what people think Miley has joined. So let's go back to this is the video of David Borneas, who's apparently really into crystals. Man. White women and David Borneas.
Gonna need some Florida water in a bowl. I'm gonna place our crystals.
Is this what he's been up to?
Simple. Place our crystals in.
He's a crystal daddy?
Love, energy, happiness. Put them in the bowl. Just like that. Next, a little amethyst oil.
Zio, thank you for the gifted sub. To Caroline,
All right,
guys.
let's take it outside and prep the space.
No, dude, no way.
I'm gonna set the space.
No, is he serious? Anonymous gifter, thank you for the gifted
Already
sub.
out. Get our amethyst eagle.
Is he doing
ready to support?
satire?
It's really important to release all that energy, bad energy that you've been holding on to.
Is
Write
this
it down.
is this what he's been up to after Bones?
Scream. Burn that shit. Palo Santo. Clear the negative space and the energy. Wow.
Dude.
Okay. Some white sage. Holy water from Rome, just because. Want to protect. Now we just wait for it to get dark and for the moon to come out.
Why does it seem like he is doing Angel, but in real life now? Like, his character of Angel from Buffy the Vampire Slayer and from Angel is now David Borneas IRL. This is definitely hammed up for sure. I mean, I think he's probably a crystal girly, but also has to be hamming this up. Has to be doing a bit here. Damn, I haven't thought about David Borneas in a hot minute. And I used to be obsessed with him. Big Buffy fan, big Angel fan, big Bones fan. Whether or not you're religious or believe in a God, sometimes you got to scrunch up your face and listen to someone sing real good from deep in the soul, medicine for a tired heart. Do you?
Starting now, this is a new day. This is your exodus. You are officially released. Now sing it for the embryo.
I'm sorry. He is the cheesiest twink in the world. I can't even finish this. I can't. He's so cheesy. Man, there is such a pipeline between celebrities and spiritual bullshit cult shit. Like I told that story of my friend who hooked up with Gerard Butler, randomly ran into him in Utah, and he was on his way to some secret shaman training or something like that. Like he was going off to go become a shaman. Gerard Butler, like why? Why? Fumbling Sabrina has led to at least 2 men to join cults, Joshua and Sean, which she touches on in her new album. She like calls him out.
So dumb and poetic. It's just what I fall for. I like the aesthetic. Every self-help book you've already read it. Cherry pick one.
Who is Joshua? Okay, so Joshua Bassett, former Disney star. He was on my High School Musical, but the show. And the drama, like how I remember the drama starting was Olivia Rodrigo's song Driver's License allegedly was this love triangle between Sabrina Carpenter, Joshua Bassett, and Olivia. Now, Joshua is gay, ? And got involved with this church that does gay conversion therapy, and they do like snake shit, like tongues and stuff like that. Very culty, very, very culty, uber creepy Christian church. And anyway. So that is one of Sabrina's exes. And then another ex of hers is Shawn Mendes, who we've been looking at, who maybe is also part of this cult MMS that we were checking, that we were watching that Vice video on. Maybe also gay. Yeah, they're like there do seem to be some parallels between Joshua Bassett and Shawn Mendes. Wait, conversion therapy to being gay. Yeah, I don't know if it was confirmed that Joshua Bassett is gay, but he joined this cult church where they were doing things like conversion therapy, and he was promoting this church. So it was always rumored that he was gay, and then this, connection to him being a part of this church where they were doing conversion therapy. Yeah. She keeps falling for gay.
Like there are words you invented, gold star for highbrow.
No, I remember news about him coming out before the church thing. Can we get confirmation on this? Let's see. I'll look it up. Oh, you're right. Okay. Joshua Bassett did come out and then got baptized at the Christian megachurch that supports anti-LGBTQ plus conversion therapy. He came out as queer in 2021. And then people were like, what the fuck, dude? Why are you a part of this church where they're doing conversion therapy? Why are you getting baptized? He got baptized and posted it on social media. It's like, why are you getting baptized by an anti-gay mega church? Seems to come out and deleted it. Yeah, he also was like, well, I don't endorse. He put a statement out after getting baptized, was like, I don't endorse all of this church's policies. My heart is for Christ and Christ alone. I don't know. I don't care enough about this kid, but that's just That's just some context on the drums here. Here's what I will say. I feel as if it's less common for megastars in Hollywood to not be a part of something cult-like versus stars being a part of that. You know what I mean? I'm always less surprised. Like, I'm less surprised to find out that some big celebrity is a part of a cult than I would be to find out that, like, they weren't a part of the cult. For Mona Lisa, thank you for the gifted sub.
Manipulation and love everyone is your favorite quotation. Try to come up like you're soft and well spoken. Jack off to lyrics by Leonard Cohen. Don't think you
That is so specific.
understand. Just cause you talk like one doesn't make you a man. You're so sad, there's no communication. But baby, you put us in this situation. You're running so fast from the hearts that you're breaking. Save all your breath for your floor meditation. You're so empathetic.
I love that this is called Dumb and Poetic. You haven't gone, stream hasn't gone off the rails like this in a while. I know, I haven't done a rabbit hole in a while. This is def a rabbit hole.
Just cause you act like one doesn't make you a man. Don't think you understand. Just cause you leave like one.
I have to say, every time I hear Sabrina Carpenter, I go, oh, I should listen to more Sabrina Carpenter. She's better than I think she is.
Doesn't make you a man.
By the way, this is what the mushroom line is about. Shawn Mendes admits experimenting with mushrooms and faking sex at intimate London show. I feel like he and Camila Cabello have the weirdest relationship. There were also rumors of Shawn being gay, and some years ago, photos were taken that appeared to show Nick Jonas and who people thought was Shawn Mendes having sex. Like, these photos taken through they were taken through like the window of wherever they were staying. If you Google Nick Jonas, I'm pretty sure it was Nick Jonas and Shawn Mendes. Shawn has to keep saying he's not gay, and everyone keeps using stereotypes to say he is. He's straight. Yeah, I'm not saying he's gay, but the just pointing out that, like, he is another person who rumors of him being gay have dogged him for years. I think that he, like, when I say I think he and Camila have a weird relationship, it's because I think they have a weird relationship because I think most celebrities have really weird relationships. I just think that most celebrities are not normal people. I think that, like, I think it's a world that we just can never understand because we'll never be in that world. Aaron Rodgers also has gay allegations. I don't think he is. He's very into woo-woo shit. Yes. I agree. I think like we should accept that straight men can also be into woo-woo shit. You know? I think celebrity dudes, when they're weird and when they're into woo-woo shit, people are like, oh, they definitely are gay. It's like, no, there's a lot of straight guys in this culture out here who are into weird woo-woo shit. Yeah, normalize straight men being crystal girlies. Yes. Normalize straight men going into caves and not coming out until they've seen a vision of what football team they should join. What's woo-woo shit? Woo-woo shit is like a lot of what we've been talking about here. So it's it's like being obsessed with crystals, tea leaves, tarot cards, but in a way that you put so much stock into it. Like you think all this stuff is like the truth. It's spiritualism, but it's treated, it's spiritualism, which is just another form of religion. And so you have people who are very extreme about it, and then you have people who are not as extreme about it. Like the woman who I went to get that to get acupuncture, she was very extreme about her woo-woo shit. Like there is super extreme, and then there's like chill. So here's the other thing I will say too, though. I think a lot of actors get accused of being gay, but there definitely are a lot more actors. I shouldn't just say actors, celebrities. A lot more celebrity men who certainly are not, I would say, totally straight, but pretend to be, because Hollywood still is not pro LGBTQ in the way that it pretends to be. A lot of guys who are definitely sexually on the spectrum, but especially if they are lead actors, if they're if they are leading men, then it's one of those where they don't want their careers to be hurt at all with the image that like they're not just totally straight men. And remember when we were reading that story about what's his name? Matt Bomer, who said that he was up for Superman and was saying that his being gay kept him from being Superman. Then like, oh, well, we love Matt Bomer, but Superman can't be gay. And so just a lot of experiences that I've had in Hollywood and stories that I've heard from a lot of people who I know out here. It's led me to say what I'm saying here, where I think the culture of Hollywood for men whose careers still do depend on them being heterosexual, that there are more queer people than you would think, or I guess than who are out and about queer. Speaking of woo-woo shit, can we talk about how it kicked off with Nancy Reagan and her psychic? Oh, I forgot about that. Statistically, there has to be more queer people in Hollywood. Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And also, just remember, y'all, just remember, cults know no limits or boundaries. Cults are not something that only certain types of people fall for. I would say one thing in particular that people who fall for cults, and I'm not talking about like celebrities. I'm not talking about like Sean and Miley and all these celebrities who are allegedly in cults or not in cults, but I'm talking like normal people. It's a vulnerability. It's a looking for answers. It's it can be a form of religion for people. And it's one of those things where we're always learning about more cults. Like, I feel as if we kind of talk about cults a lot on here, but we cover the big ones. And there's so many more out there. Like, there's so many more out there. There's so many more people who are caught up in cults and don't realize it. Hashtag not all cults. River Sapling, thank you for the prime. I would forgive Caroline for starting a cult if it gave her enough money. Oh, to have a working microphone. Yeah, that's what I'm going to base my cult around. Midsummer, Tommy, I'm very susceptible to joining a cult. Midsummer what's crazy about Midsummer is that I watched that and I was like, bro, who the hell would stay there to do their who the hell would stay at that place to do their thesis paper? Because that was the argument around why the main characters were staying. They're like, oh, I gotta write my thesis. Like, no, you don't. Who cares about school that much? You have to write your thesis, so you're going to stay here after you saw what you saw? My uncle was in jail with a Canadian cult leader. Damn. I don't know why I feel like just a Canadian cult leader. It's like on the scale of cult leaders, maybe not as successful because slightly less willing to be as schemy and scammy as an American cult leader. He's like, oh, well, you can pay money or you can not pay money. It's like, no, rule number 1 in the cult book, you must pay. No, there's no doing that. Yeah, it's like the most polite cult ever. Anyway, how do we get on this? Sabrina Carpenter. Sabrina Carpenter's new song where she seems to be talking about her exes who have parallels between them. And then how did we get there? We were talking about Modern Mystery School, David Bornyas as a crystal girly. Have you ever read about the Anthill kids? I think I have. They were a scary Canadian cult. Oh yeah, that was a bad joke. I'm aware that a lot of bad things have happened in Canada. I think I've read about the Anthill kids. Rock Thero. They were doomsday cult whose beliefs were based on those of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. River Sapling, thank you for the I think I already did that. Sabrina's setting herself up to be the next Taylor Swift. She definitely seems to be doing a lot of this mystery zodiac stuff with her music, where it's like, I'll give you enough clues, but you have to put all the pieces together. And it's why there's so much around her music where people are linking it to her exes. Are cults that mainstream in the U.S.? How come there's not more regulation against these things like Texas and mega churches? Are they that influential and large? Well, that's a very good question. So some cults are very large. Some cults have a lot of power. The Church of Scientology, for instance. And then there are other cults that kind of scrape by without getting noticed until their leaders get caught, until they get caught for like doing fraud or other crimes, other criminal activity. But there are certainly big cults that operate because they have a lot of money and they have a lot of power. Apparently this Canadian guy was so charismatic he could get everyone to pray with him in prison like he was a really captivating preacher. Oh. Everybody just joined the cult in prison. They're like, you know what? This guy seems pretty good. I'm kind of buying what he's selling. Cults aren't illegal until they do crimes, right? I mean, yeah. Well, yeah. They won't call themselves a cult. Let's just say that, you know? The Modern Mystery School isn't going around being like, we're a cult. And so if what they're doing is above board, then they can keep getting away with it, you know? So what's the connection to what's like the evidence of Sean being in this? Let's see. It's worth noting that the allegations have not been substantiated or proven. Nobody knows if Shawn Mendes is in fact in this cult. It's called the Modern Mystery School. Fans have been noticing that Sean has been associating with people who are part of the Modern Mystery School, one of those people being his new alleged girlfriend, Charlie. Who the fuck is Charlie? Is this from like last year? Oh, this is from last year. Isn't he back with Camilla? While he doesn't tend to post about his personal life on socials, his girlfriend, Charlie Travers, recently posted a photo on the beach with the caption, "The most beautiful thing we can experience is the mysterious. It is the source of all true art and science." Albert Einstein, praying hands emoji. While this by no means can be conflated to an association with a cult, her posts of this nature have added fuel to the fire. Despite the early reports, Mendes' fans have defended him against his alleged involvement with the MMS on social media, alleging that it was in fact a fan of Camila Cabello's, who was his ex at the time, who's engineered the story. No, not Charlie XCX. Yeah, and again, for Hollywood celebrities, I think it's a question of, are they in a cult or are they just a kooky celebrity, right? Are they just doing like weird shit that a lot of people out here engage in? Like, is it a cult or is it just LA? Do you want to know the craziest cult thing is when I found out that this actor, Linus Roach, who's also Batman's dad, He plays Batman's dad in Batman Begins. He plays a cult leader in the film Mandy, which is a great film. One of my faves. One of Nicolas Cage's best. Turns out he's a cult guy. He's also allegedly in real life let me see if I can find the Linus Roach. I'm trying to remember what it's called. Where he's like in a cult. Enlighten Next. Enlighten Next, as it's officially known, claims to have thousands of followers and a membership base spanning 20 countries. It emerged this week that 48-year-old Roach, best known in the U.S. is... I realized success as an actor alone wouldn't make me happy, explained Roach in a recent interview. I needed to explore my spiritual side in more depth. His wife is PR for Enlighten Next. Oh, he's donated a bunch of money. His name is listed in the donor honor roll in the biennial report of the Spiritual Network. Okay, so it's not a cult leader, but a cult donor. It transpires that he joined Enlighten Next in 1994. The endorsement of such celebrities as Roach, a much admired actor, has undoubtedly added credibility to the org and increased its appeal here in Britain. But critics have accused Enlighten Next of being little more than a cult. God, there's just so many. There's so many. Enlighten Next. The life and death of Andrew Cohen's cult. Enlighten Next cult. It's way easier than you think to end up in a cult.
Well, I never thought that I would talk about Enlighten Next or evolutionary enlightenment ever again. And so I certainly was not planning on returning to Fox Hollow. It wasn't so much fear or worry that
Sounds like a skill issue.
would suddenly relive everything, but it was more a sense of weirdness. Like it was just weird to go back.
Andrew Cohen calls his teaching evolutionary enlightenment. This new understanding of spiritual awakening redefines the pre-modern notion of enlightenment for the modern world.
It was really powerful. I started to have powerful spiritual experiences, like the kind of mind-blowing textbook stuff. And it was like, this is what I'd been looking for my whole life.
See, that's what I mean. People who are like, I've been looking for something my whole life. I've been looking for answers.
Evolutionary enlightenment, the goal is not to get out of the universe. The goal is not to escape from the universe. The goal is to get into the process.
I read one of his books. It had this huge impact on me. It kind of hit me in this way that sort of started to burn and caught fire inside.
And I just came up to Andrew after his talk and told him that when I looked into his eyes, I was looking into eternity. There was just like this power that I felt emanating from him.
We are lost in this small-minded, self-centered hell life experience in which our experience of what it means to be alive is so partial and so small and so minimal, it's almost impossible to imagine how small it is.
Why is it so easy for these mega churches and cults to take advantage of religious beliefs like this? Because you're seeing exactly it. You're seeing people say, I this was what I was looking for my whole life. Like I needed something. I was lost. You know, life is so hard and doesn't make any sense. And then this person came along and enlightened me. It's like seemed to have the answers, seemed to provide the path for me to go down.
I first got involved in Enlighten Next in 2005.
People wanting to believe in something.
I was
Yes.
23 at the time. I had just done a workshop with a guy named Don Beck who knows Andrew. And I had actually seen ads of Andrew's retreats where he was sitting up literally on a pedestal, surrounded by 100 or 200 people all looking up at him. And again, all of that just screamed cult to me. And I remember I made a pact to myself silently that I would never become a student of Andrew Cohen's because it just seemed like a pathetic life to spend all of your waking hours following another person.
People who are awake to what I call the evolutionary impulse are alive with the thrill of existence.
An hour and a half after Andrew's talk, I basically had a kind of blowout, what you would typically call a mystical experience, and Andrew was the only person I could attribute it to.
Sam would be a perfect recruit for this kind of group. Intelligent, hardworking, attractive preferably. Now, why would Sam drop everything and follow? Nobody ever said, hey, where do I find a cult in the Yellow Pages? How can I join?
We had kind of a, I guess you could call it kind of a Romeo and Juliet cult version story, how we met. Because we both.
So we're watching this because, well, we've gone down this rabbit hole, but this is apparently what that actor from Mandy and from Batman Begins joined, and his wife, I guess, does PR for, and he's a donor too.
Entered the community.
Nobody wants me to join their cult. No one wants me to join their cult.
In other relationships, we both got involved because her ex-husband and my ex-wife both got interested, and we sort of followed them in. And then we each of our partners left. They left the community. They were kind of forced out. Yeah. And so we had to choose between that relationship and this whole thing.
The whole buzz was that there was this American called Andrew Cohen that was in India and had apparently become enlightened. I just figured, how could somebody from New York get enlightened? And for some reason I thought I shouldn't judge, I should actually go check him out. And at that time Andrew wore jeans and a t-shirt. We'd just sit and meditate for hours. And also I felt like I started to understand the meaning of life in a cosmic sense. I remember the most powerful experience being that I saw that the language of the cosmos was one language, and it was the language of love.
Is everybody familiar with the phrase, the burden of existence? Do you know what it means? Woe is me.
And it was so powerful, that sort of recognition, that I did basically pledge allegiance to Andrew, really, in the end.
Enlighten Next was founded by spiritual teacher Andrew Cohen in 1988. Its core teaching of evolutionary enlightenment was designed to allow people to experience spiritual enlightenment while also embracing a more modern lifestyle. In 1996, we moved to a property called Fox Hollow, located in the Berkshire mountain range of western Massachusetts.
Man, I don't know. I just feel now I'm like, I don't need to be enlightened. I don't need any enlightenment. Just keep me in the dark.
At its peak, Enlighten Next had close to 1,000 followers, with communities and centers around the world.
Experts in this field
No light for me.
Are careful about what we call cults because it's a very subjective term. One man's cult is another man's religion. So I prefer to speak about groups in which there's a high degree of control, manipulation, coercion, exploitation, and abuse. And Enlighten Next is notorious for those characteristics.
You know, people think of the Hell's Gate cult, the people who drank the Kool-Aid and all committed suicide, or they think of the people in Jonestown, the Waco. Some cults match that description, but not all of them. And the one we were in was full of really interesting, really fired up, really intelligent, really headstrong people.
In many ways, Enlighten Next embraced the modern world. I had my own company that I was running with a couple of people here. We're basically providing marketing services to corporations and startups. But it was funny because we would meditate for 2 hours. I would make my breakfast. Our office was at the apartment buildings right here. And I'd be making phone calls to Fortune 500 companies trying to close business, knowing that in 45 minutes I would have a meeting about a spiritual crisis that I was in. This very strange mixture of, business by day and super intensive spiritual development by night and morning. When you get to about, 20 miles outside the property, you start to feel yourself overcome by some type of hypnotic state, and your whole perspective changes. This was the house that I lived in. It was called Fullness. We used to call it the celibate icebox because it got freezing in that room, and the three of us who lived in there were all celibate.
I chose to be
God.
celibate, but it was considered mandatory. One would either be celibate or in a committed relationship.
Any virgins in here, or anyone who just hasn't had sex in a long time, and anyone celibate? Well, you are enlightened. I guess I've been in a cult this whole time.
So, when I first moved here, this is where we would do all of our meditation. This was called the Blue Room. So I've spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours of meditation just in this room. Everybody actually had a photo of Andrew in their room. And the idea was that you're keeping the guru front and center, which means that you're keeping God front and center at all times. And people would often prostrate to a picture of Andrew because it means that they're being humble and they're prostrating in the face of God. So you'd say, to be free is to know nothing, and then you go like that. You'd have a pad underneath you. And you say, to be free is to be no one.
What?
To be free is to have nothing. Every morning, people would maybe do 400 of those. And then some people over a period of time would actually do 100,000 of those.
When Enlighten X dissolved, Andrew emailed his followers an apology and retreated to India. He recently agreed to speak with The Atlantic.
Well, it began when I met my own spiritual teacher in India in 1986. I had a spiritual realization. And it was as a result of that miracle, I started teaching.
Yeah, this is narcissism, man.
And sharing what he had conveyed to me with other people. And many of them became my followers almost immediately. It was quite a dramatic unfolding. So Enlighten X was the organization that developed as a result of all these people gathering around me as I traveled. In Enlighten X, the philosophy was a mixture or a blend of the traditional Eastern Enlightenment with the Western understanding and scientific discovery of evolution. And it was a very future-oriented, very creative endeavor, embrace, philosophy. You know, it was about trying to realize a utopian dream, utopian aspiration.
When
it's also one of those where it's like, why don't people just join a church, right? Why don't they just go seek out something that's already been established for a very long time, right? Like go to a Protestant church, go to a Christian church, go to a Catholic church, go to go to temple, go to Buddhist, whatever. Like it's interesting because it's this new age. It's new age spiritualism that is like not advertised as religion. I think it's people who don't do religion but still want something, and then they end up in this like spiritual. They end up doing like spiritualism. And then a lot of times they just end up, following these male leaders who are advertising themselves as like basically prophets, right?
Takes the form of a group with a leader on a mission who may have stated goals.
Yeah, I guess
it
incorporates science, which religion tends to shun.
Actual goal is just nothing but self-aggrandizement. That begins to look like a cult.
For a long time, I was convinced that if I felt something strongly at a level of my intuition, I would tend to think that it was what I was feeling was an objective truth. And often it was, especially in the early years. But later on, some of my own feelings were just personal feelings that might have just come from my ego and might not have had anything to do with any kind of objective reality, but might have had to do with personal preferences or fears or desires or other things like that.
At one point, I got the job within the community of choosing the movies that Andrew would watch when he was flying on international teaching trips. I would spend, 10 hours during the week preparing the movies that he should watch, and I would give him trailers and descriptions why I thought he should like it. If I suggested a movie that he didn't like, I'd get in trouble. And I'd have to stop everything I was doing and go to the store and buy hundreds of dollars worth of flowers and spend long periods of time writing letters of apology and gift baskets and buying fruit and talking to my spiritual peers and them helping me sort of find the ways in which my perspective was lacking. I don't know, I probably did that 6-7 times over a period of 3 years with different movies, just about.
I don't know if this is who I attract, but several tech bros I've dated would go deep into spiritualism and yap about ego death and then trying to explain self-awareness to me. Yeah, that's called they've done a lot of psychedelics.
Movies.
It's very hard for me to be objective because I became a spiritual leader when I was 30 years old. So to be in a position to inspire people to a vision that they felt drawn to, that they wanted to actualize, was thrilling.
See, what I think is interesting about this one, Enlighten Next, is that it's less obviously culty than some of the other ones we've talked about. The last guy and the last cult that we covered is so clearly a cult, so clearly scammy that it's like hilarious. But this I think is it's tougher to see on the outside how it's like, oh yeah, no, this is
also
seems more subtle.
It's also precarious and dangerous, and I made a lot of mistakes.
In 2013, a group of Enlighten X core members started questioning the extent of Andrew's power. As soon as they decided to leave, the rest of the group fell apart.
When you leave the group, your dissociation breaks. Other people have called it snapping. The person that you were is still there and starts to come back. The person that you made yourself into for the leader is also still lingering, but that person starts to feel like, House of Cards. You start to realize that isn't you.
It was like popcorn. You could just see it. People would get it, and they would just pop, and all of a sudden they were just like, oh my God, I'm out of here. And they'd find out about it, and a day later they'd be telling Andrew that he was not their teacher anymore and they were leaving and goodbye. It's got to feel similar to someone coming out of prison, or it was like you were kind of entering the world again for the first time, and everything was amazing.
The group fell apart because I think my authority at a certain point was being questioned. After the crash, I lost all my confidence, and I was quite a mess and a wreck for the better part of 2 years. I began to find my feet about a year ago. And that was because I began to accept responsibility for the fact that I was the one who was at the cause of this terrible calamity.
When I realized it was really, really a cult was when it all broke down. We all started to realize that things were probably at least getting shaken up, that we said, holy shit, we're in a cult. And we've been in a cult this whole time.
That's wild.
And it's not the joke that we used to make, like, haha, yeah, we're in a cult, but it's a good cult. Like, this is actually a cult.
I have been spending most of my time traveling around the world, visiting with former students and reaching out to them, especially people who feel they've been hurt, and doing spiritual retreats myself. I'm fully immersed in this process. I don't have any other life.
I don't feel fleeced. I don't really feel conned. I don't feel like I made this, huge judgment error. The experience that I had when I saw Andrew and continue to was really powerful, and it was life-changing. Was I looking for it? No. Do I think I needed to be so involved for all 8 years? Probably not, but at the same time, I don't really know. And at this point, at least I'm trying to, but I think to a reasonable degree.
Dude, this has got to be one of the toughest things to come to terms with when you realize that you are in a cult. Because I feel like everyone, with the exception of maybe 5 people, would say there's no way that I could end up in a cult, right? You hear about cults, you see people joining cults, you're like, not me. Everyone else, but not me. And you hear so many people talk about when they finally realized they were in a cult. And they're like, oh my God, I always made fun of people who were in cults. I always thought that like I could never be someone who ended up in a cult. And then I found myself in a cult. Yeah. Who's out there who's like, oh no, I'm so ready to join a cult. I'm such cult material. Lizzie, thank you for the 11 months.
I'm okay with just not knowing.
Could it have worked? I don't know. I'd like to think. But maybe, but then as soon as you create a group like that, you isolate yourself. And then what good to humanity is that if you isolate yourself? Sometimes I'm nervous to see people, but there is something that we've shared that I don't know how to explain. And it's not that I've got close to other people, but there's something we shared and I don't know how to explain that. I mean, sometimes I just think, why didn't we question things? We're intelligent, and that will always haunt me.
Damn. Yeah, so, look, I feel as if we looked at one cult that's so obviously a cult and then one cult that's like not that obviously a cult on the surface, and just know that there's cults of all shapes and sizes, okay? If you're someone who's like, I'm too smart to get into a cult, well, guess what? You're already in one. Clearly, not smart enough. Because you're already in a cult, baby. You're in the cult of Quan. And there's no leaving. There is no turning back. Those of you who are like, couldn't be me. Well, it is you. It is. I'm going to be the one to tell you. Yeah, it's cult with a K. Cult with a K. I love how some of you are you're like, yes. Yes, this is what I've been waiting for. All right. I'm trying to figure out what to do because I have to get up very, very early tomorrow and I have to film. I could do a little bit of gaming, but I'm not going to do the whole chapter of Walking Dead. Also could just not do it. It is almost midnight. And I have to be up by, I got to be up by 6 o'clock in the morning. Very early. Very, very early. And anyway, I am going to be streaming tomorrow. So I still need to get together a Google form because I want to do a segment tomorrow on stream that is I change my mind about. And I want people to submit things that they change their minds about. Big or small, big or small. And it can be something that like you changed your mind about yesterday, or it can be something that you changed your mind about 10 years ago. And then I want to go, I changed my mind about joining a cult. I changed my mind and I think cults are awesome. I think cults are where I'm meant to be. So yeah, let me get that going and post it in the Discord, and then we'll probably just have like a link on stream so people can fill it out when I'm live as well. What else can I tell you guys? I was supposed to do an interview today and then it didn't end up, we couldn't line our schedules up, so I had posted that in the Discord in case you're like, where's that random guy that you were supposed to interview? Yeah, so tomorrow we've got that. We'll do reacts and stuff. And then I think Sam and I were talking about doing some more Portal 2 tomorrow night at some point. Sad Cheetah, thank you for the gifted sub. Go to bed at 6 a.m. is so early. I know. It is very early. Oh, it's so early. Okay, so I'll probably keep it there. Or I'll probably cut it there, and then I'll be back tomorrow. And that is the plan so far. So far for the stream. Anyway. Anywho, y'all, that's all she wrote. Oh. That's all she wrote. But who's coming in here? Come here. Come here. Did you hear I was ending? Come on. You want to come up, East, and say goodnight? Come up, East, and say goodnight. Come on. Come say bye, everyone. What do you... Okay. All right. Okay. You want to say bye, everyone? Come on. Come on. You know I'm ending stream. That's why you came in here. Goodness gracious. Oh my God, I have to shower. I gotta take a show. Boop, 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 boop. I'm gonna send you guys over to... Let's see, who's doing something fun. I'm gonna send you to Auxiliary. She popped in here earlier. Okay, Farley, what do you want? I know what you want. I know you want attention. I know you do. Come here. Come. Okay. All right. I'm almost done. We're almost done. Okay. All right, you guys. I will see you tomorrow. I'll probably go live around the usual 5:30. And I hope to see you back here. And until then, take care. Be well. Don't join a cult. Or if you do, make sure it's this one.